Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NECC. It is the National Esports Collegiate Conference, and it is here for Rocket League tonight. It is our fall semester where we have our first fall split of competition. Here, I am Hale Monkeyman inside the booth alongside Bear Light, and we are with week one of all of this about to be on the pitch. But Bear, we get to see these four divisions, these 142 Rocket League teams come to play and really begin to play tonight with a whole lot of action. How are you feeling, and how do you think about these guys about to get on the pitch?
It definitely makes me feel great about tonight, Hale Monkeyman. The fact that there's so much participation here on the NECC to kick off this season one in this fall semester. Could not be more excited to be joining you in the booth.
Oh man, it is going to be one heck of a rouser. We have four divisions, and that is because there's just so many teams that were able to join us, each one split up by its own little region, 3 sets. But this one, we're going to be starting off with match number 1. It's going to be Clark University versus Howard Community College. It's going to be a ramper. It's a best of 5. We're going into game number 1 here soon. It's the Dragons versus the Cougars. You've got JR Skeleton and Navy versus C. John Spaghetti, and of course, Sun Neo, also known as Illumi. So, Bear, I think it's time that we get in. Let's get to the pitch.
Love it. Let's hop right into it. Game number 1 on its way. If you're new to the NECC, if you've not tuned in before, there will be a best of 5 scenario throughout this regular season. So we'll see exactly who can get off to that quick start. Howard Community College here, represented in yellow, and a Clark Gray team here in the teal. I love the fact that the NECC also includes the team colors. That's one thing that I love to see here starting off.
Yeah, you got to have that full representation. It runs a theme, and you get to have that kind of that pride. But the pride will be on the pitch as well, as both these squads want to start out fast, want to start out strong for this league play. It will be going for 9 straight weeks, so that means every single week is going to be a bout of competition to have. A lot of midfield territory control, Bears. These guys are kind of slinging it back and forth. This lower division is considered to be just around Champ 1 and below, but that means there's a whole lot of progress that can be made by either squad.
Yeah, and the more you see them play, you'll see them kind of get into a comfort zone. Obviously, with the first stream of the year, there's going to be a little bit of nerves, right? Especially at this level when your mechanics aren't quite there. That's when you'll see a little bit of mistakes come out early, but that'll definitely clean up, no doubt about it, towards the end of the series.
And it's been kind of a slow, lobbing bit of play, a lot of midfield contention, a lot of players playing back. They're letting one go forward, a little bit of a miss, and Navy, X-Navy, X marks the spot. He finds that lower side corner. This shot makes it through, and that's the first goal of the season.
Great positioning here, and not a whole lot on it. See, John, unfortunately, a little bit of a misread on that one. The captain just a little bit short on that save, and a 1-0 lead here for Howard Community College. Love seeing the community colleges get involved as well. It's not necessarily just universities here at the NECC, as everybody can basically get involved. As looking to even things now are Clark Gray, as X-Navy not able to connect on this one. JR to follow up as well. Let's see John with a good touch over to Illumi. We will play back out. A bit of a miscue. Bit of an open net too, but King Skeleton, great job to recover there. And it will remain 1-0 with a giant clear here from X-Navy with the lone goal scorer.
Both these squads taking their time, really trying to evolve that offense as it progresses upfield, and it's been Clark Gray who's just been unable to really do much in the way of getting over their midfield line. This attempt out from the back corner, JR will grab it, but that's going to be a great challenge and forces this one to the backboard. Bit of apprehension, King Skeleton, he's going to be a safeguard on beyond that midfield line. He's going to be the first in flight. He's looking for JR. Howard on the attack. They have another shot, but it's put away by Illumi.
And Spaghetti now tries to play the corner to get past King Skeleton. It's successful. Another quick touch as well, but JR to jump on it, and he'll work into the offensive zone into the corner as well. Left down, King Skeleton, good touch. A shot, what a save there from Illumi. Able to come up big on the defensive side, and they'll have to backtrack now, does Howard Community College, with a great defensive sequence there from Clark Gray.
Yeah, he waited until they hit the front face of the crossbar and had to really get that reactionary touch. This is another turnaround, a bit of a double commit, but C. John, he's going to take up that first post. Nice follow. See if he can get it around X-Navy, but X-Navy looking for the arc over opportunity, but Spaghetti, very patient play from Clark, but they leave a wide open gap as JR comes shooting through, and that'll be 2 up for Howard.
Howard looking strong here. Spaghetti did everything they could to try to get a touch away, but JR was all over that one. Great read, great positioning, made it really easy for them. And yes, a 2-0 lead here for Howard Community College. We put the feet on the gas here early. And no real answer has been made here for Clark Gray, as you know they've had a couple of chances here, but just not able to convert when they get those chances.
Yeah, and then you have the forward running, that is JR. He accounts for 3 of the 5 shots so far out of Howard Community College. He is part of that 2-man squad, looking kind of like the front leader. I think they definitely wanted to stack at least a little bit of extra talent here as best as they could to give themselves a chance down in this Navigators division. But as we move forward, you get a little bit of extra pressure from Howard Community College. Do they make the rotation? Yes, they do. Spaghetti comes in clutch and is able to keep this one still. Just a 2-goal differential, less than a minute and a half to go.
And now it'll be Illumi back down the field. Will Boye get 100 Bruce as well to work it into the zone off the corner. Tries to get a bump too. It's kind of at midfield, but they weren't able to do much with it. Now Spaghetti will kind of retreat to the back corner. Good read from him as well, as now King Skeleton with a quick touch. Try to set up X-Navy. Unfortunately, a bit of a miscue on the flip, so they'll have to backtrack. Illumi up with it. Spaghetti waiting. Good touch away from JR. And we'll try to settle things down here to King Skeleton as they cut it back down the field. Just looking to kill time here with 50 seconds left in game number 1, and they have the clear 2-0 advantage. JR trying to look to add to it as well. We'll try to get around it. Good bump from Illumi to keep it out for now. This one will roll right back into the hands of King Skeleton, and he'll work it back in.
Trying to see if they can get anything developing straight on, but X-Navy has had a lot of pressure. That again is threatening at the net, but see John able to go from post to post, coast to coast. King Skeleton to the backboard, and a lot of extended play here, Bear. We could see Howard being able to put this one on ice. Game number 1, they've had a lot of more extended pressure, a lot of good offense. They've been able to outshoot 7-1 against Clark University, and Sun Neo, Illumi, he's able to catch it just one more time with 10 seconds to go. It is all but done. They have a final bit of pressure, and that final chance will go into the corner and into the books. First game win of the season will go to Howard Community College.
Howard Community College going out in style here in the 1-0 advantage here in the series. So great, just basic all-around performance from these three as they were able to piece things together very nicely. I like X-Navy and the ambition that he shows on the offensive side of the ball. Seemed like he had it all together. JR, another clear standout here for Howard Community College. But, of course, this is where you kind of get to settle things down if you're Clark Gray. I look to the captain, right? See if C. John can kind of rally his team here. Had a couple of big saves there to hold things and make it close. But they got to find a way to convert on the offense because it's great to have great defense. But the only way to truly keep up is obviously put points on the board.
Also, just make your connections where you can. There was a couple of times where they just needed to be able to kind of sure up as the ball was coming to them. I want to see even more of that extended offensive out of Howard and obviously put them on their back heel. But we're going to be going to game number 2. Let's see if Howard can stay consistent. Let's see if Clark University will be able to evolve and get out of their own pit. Cougars, you gotta be able to come out of that den one way or another. Let's see if it's time right now. We go back to the pitch to continue this series. Game 2 on deck.
And the kickoff will be in favor of Howard Community College as they push it forward. Spaghetti missing a chance here for X-Navy, but he wasn't able to connect. And now JR back on net, but Illumi in the right place here. King Skeleton able to get past one over to JR, who will push right back into the zone. And Howard Community College going back to work. Hey, Hail Monkey, both of these teams have multiple teams in this season as well for the NECC, as Clark Gray has the Clark Red team in Emergence Yellow. Is that one just off the crossbar? And also Howard Community College bringing in their HCC 1 team in the Challengers Yellow division. So it's really cool to see these programs building up and have multiple teams within the NECC season.
It really is, and that shows a kind of a depth of skill at all of these schools and being able to kind of develop along one another. You have the competition, but you also have the players individually. The threat just kind of floats a little bit flagrantly across the goal line. You have a pitch downfield, and it is the first goal for these Cougars to be able to go all the way downtown. A nice challenge turns into a spaghetti shot.
That's right, a great 50-50 to set it up there on the side wall there from Illumi. As right in the slot in perfect positioning from all the way downtown. And so they will not only get their first goal of the game here, Hell Monkey Man, but also their first lead of the series. So that's really big in a way that you want to bounce back. When we said that their offense wasn't producing much, well, that's a step in the right direction.
It is definitely where you want to go. That's exactly the offense that you were lacking before. And here's to add up onto it. If you can't get a clean shot, then you got to win a challenge, and you at least got to make something magical occur. Illumi takes on King Skeleton, and he steals the crown.
Well, that's deja vu, right? Because it was a 50-50 from Illumi to set up the first goal. And now a 50-50 to put it right into the back of the net. I like what Illumi's doing here with those challenges and forcing them a bit of danger here for Gray. As Spaghetti able to get it out momentarily. King Skeleton to play over the side wall. Sejon waiting back for it. King Skeleton not able to sidestep his opponent. So that'll force Spaghetti up for it with a touch. JR, quick turn. Hit away, and again, a good and well-timed challenge there from Illumi. They've been excellent in this series.
This has been a very good developing game overall for the likes of Clark and Illumi, really finding a lot of great presence on the pitch, especially to just challenge what they were otherwise leaving as free for Howard Community College to take every step of the way. JR has already accounted for the same shot total he had in game number 1 in game 2, but has not been able to find much more than a bit of dirty work in the midfield. Spaghetti gonna find this to the wall, looking for options. He's gonna fling this one over. Nice bit of a punt, gonna make that read. Ex-Navy has the trust in the likes of JR and King Skeleton, who combine on a clear. Another follow from JR. This one will be threatening to the backboard. Got to make this read. The double tap.
Beautiful play there from JR as he started from the side wall all the way back in midfield, and watch him chase this one. Illumi just a little bit short from making that save, so not able to. And now Howard Community College, we saw them put up shots in bunches. If you're going to get quality chances like that, you give yourself ultimately the best chance, as they will pull themselves back within 1 with 2:38 remaining on the clock. And another offensive chance here. Ex-Navy gonna go right back towards the net, but Illumi able to get to it. Now we'll try to clear. King Skeleton, great position, gets past 1, tries to get past 2, but able to get it as a 50-50 towards JR. Look for a pass, but none available. And Sejon right back down the field. And a bit of a miscue here as a double commit comes out, but JR able to do enough, and now they can work on the counterattack. It's King Skeleton, gets a touch, is back towards the net, maybe just a bit wide. They are not able to capitalize on that one, and it'll remain 2-1 for the time being.
That miscue just before, honestly, was necessary for the second man to go for the touch, because I think that redirect would have accidentally formed an own goal. Instead, King Skeleton kept things otherwise clean with just a 1-goal differential back. That is a shot chance, and it's going to be Illumi that knocks it down, but a respawn deflects it off of his own teammate. JR is in rotation, which means Ex-Navy is going to be the first one up into this zone, and another demo frees things up. The defender's not at home, and we are suddenly in a tight situation.
Yeah, you can feel it building and building here from Howard Community College as JR credited with yet another one. And so his offense present, you have to match the way Illumi's been playing. And I would argue JR has been doing just that. Of course, the captain of this Howard Community College Team 2, of course, squad. So good to see a later stepping up in the time of need. And you're right, we're dead even here as it's back into the zone, but it'll be Illumi to get it. One touch. King Skeleton try to play a pass off the wall, but again, a little bit hesitant on their jump into the play from a second man. Navy gets a 50 here. King Skeleton to chase. Plenty of boost to work with. We'll play off corner, try to get JR. We'll go right back off that same corner. Maybe not as sharply, but still a read. JR met there by Spaghetti. And Hail Monkey, man, this series and this game specifically has been dead even.
It has, but it's also so slowly starting to gain that momentum, if not having just already been stolen by the likes of Howard Community College, as you have JR just running all over the pitch. They trust in him defensively. They trust in him offensively. He will get every single touch. He will steal that boost. He will be able to be the fastest man on the field. A shot opportunity and a save! Wow, a diving pinch save, and now it's going the other direction. It's going to be Spaghetti that takes it away from Illumi, who's trying to continue playing at that star level they have for this game, but you just feel like Howard is about to press on this attack.
Incredible save, but yes, they're looking to push here, but Ex-Navy gonna miss on this one. Luckily, a teammate there to support. It's no other than JR, the captain of this squad, as Spaghetti tries to find a pinch, but it's in the back of the net. Ex-Navy gonna take the lead here for Howard Community College with 8 seconds remaining.
Oh my goodness, Spaghetti was looking for options, and just as C-John made that tilt to the side, he was unable to connect, and instead X-Navy found free real estate, took it to the upper 90. The defender was facing away, unable to respond in time. That may be putting it again on ice. They are cold, but they're not done yet. A few extra seconds. They're going to try and keep it airborne. Have to get underneath it, but they're unable to keep up, and Howard, they come back from 0-2 to win it 3-2 for game 2.
What a rally from this side. A bit heartbreaking there for Clark Gray, as they did everything right in the first 2 minutes. But ever since that 2-minute mark, it was all Howard Community College. They were incredible. JR led the way again. I was talking about the captain stepping up in the time of need, and just look at the scoreboard explains itself. 563. I know it's on us now, but 563 the score technically, but 2 goals, 1 assist, 1 save, and a pinch save at that to kind of keep things close. And they were able to rally back. That takes heart. Howard Community College showing up to play today.
They really are. And I mean, if the game plan is really just kind of trusting where that back line is going to be, and it's going to be in that velocity that JR is maintaining. I mean, it's really tough to be the Flash because you got to trust in that speed force, but JR seems to be living inside of that moment, and he's going to continue that moment for as long as we can. We're going to be going to game number 3. Can this turn into a sweep to start off the season? We get to see if Clark University can rally back down by 2. They have to reverse sweep to get it to game 5, but you know what? We go into game number 3. Cougars, they're in a bit of a pit. They can fight their way out, but these Dragons, led by Duncan the Dragon, you know, they're feeling pretty good up on high.
Absolutely. Well, Clark Gray, you got to talk about them. They've been looking really good here in those certain times, right? Like in the first 2 minutes of the last game. But, you know, they're showing a lot of promise, and luckily for them, of course, it'll be not only is the series not over yet, right? They can rally back, but on top of that, it's an 8-week-long regular season, so you have time to kind of develop, you know, great coaching in place, so you'll be able to kind of, you know, facilitate talks, great leaders too, so, you know, plenty of time to kind of work back into the equation. As off the bat, Howard Community College seen doing exactly what they like to do, which is just hound the net with shots.
I just want to see a little bit more, maybe isolation. If JR is going to be that leading man, definitely put him on an island and make him miss if you can, and then try to begin matching speed and options. You have quite a few good passing opportunities, but you got the same exact thing out of Howard. It's going to be a dig off the wall. King Skeleton coming up just a little bit too soon, but X-Navy from the corner looking for the 45. It's going to go to the backboard of the long floating shot, and JR just can't put it in.
It was close, though. I like that. You can tell there's confidence when at this level you're going for mechanical plays like that, and almost got it, too, by the way. But a good quick sidestep here, as now Spaghetti will jump up on the corner. King Skeleton, maybe not exactly what they wanted with that one. X-Navy in support. Didn't get a touch, though, and JR able to step up and, again, be that leader that he has been all series long. Good pass across, too. The shot's in, and JR will take the lead here for Howard Community College. It's 1-0 here in game number 3.
Sometimes when you put the C on the chest of a captain, it becomes a heavy burden that's almost too heavy to carry, but instead, JR doing everything he can to make sure that every opportunity they have, both defensively and offensively, is accounted for. Turns that one into a great one into the back of the net, and a minute and a half into game number 3, Howard resumes their fantastic offensive.
I would like to see that same confidence that JR's exploring there at Howard Community College. I'd like to see that same thing from Clark Gray here. Spaghetti with a little sneak peek at that, jumping on a play really quickly. They're going to need to do that way more often, as Howard Community College has been really quick with their play. They haven't done anything really flashy, but they have been able to get the job done because of it. As you see Spaghetti trying to follow suit here. JR not able to connect. And C-John, after a bump, they'll leave that one wisely. And they're able to play across the net, although it was dangerous. They were able to get out of harm's way. Quick pass down, JR just wide. Ooh. And Spaghetti will try to settle things down. We'll leave it for Illumi, who's out of boost. And right back into the zone because of it. X-Navy already up. The shot off the crossbar. The follow-up not there, but it's a fake, and JR puts it in the back of the net, 2-0.
Oh, Oh, that is some mental gymnastics, and what a great touch here from X Navy to be able to get it off of that crossbar face, and then that just draws up every single defender like a wave. Got it through the goalposts. It is so good, right at top shelf, and JR again bearing it in, but X Navy able to really support him in that factor. Another shot opportunity, but it is shut down and sent aside by Spaghetti and Clark. They have time. They have an entire half of gameplay to go. They've shown that they can score early and in a hurry, but they have to do it much faster here.
And on it they are, as Spaghetti able to jump it right back out of the zone here. JR tries to turn. We'll get it past Spaghetti. Illumi with a good challenge here. We'll beat Skeleton with it, but X-Navy to jump directly on it and right back into the zone for Howard Community College. X-Navy up for it. It's off the back wall, couple of touches, but C-John stays patient. Now a quick turn. It's right there on the doorstep, and JR with another one. That's his hat trick here in game number 3.
You know, he was way on the other side of the pitch, and he saw both X-Navy and King Skeleton having a ball and having a blast inside of that zone. They maintained every single touch. I think I saw 4 players from Howard Community College be able to touch it between each other. A cute little passing turned into a really cute pass mid, and this one, oh, almost finds its way through from the kickoff.
And JR trying for another one just high. So getting able to get it out of the zone. Good doink into the zone as well from C-John. Quick turn from Illumi, gets it off that back wall. X-Navy in the perfect position to play this one, though. And more double commits coming out here for Clark Gray. They had some plenty of highlights, but at the end of the day, if they can clean their play up just a little bit more, they would be okay. But for me, just a few mistakes that haunted them here in this series.
Yeah, it's been nothing that's been too terrible. It's just been kind of slowly grossing together. They are seeing each other quite well. They have a lot of great vision. It's just about the timing on those option plays. Big takeaway by King Skeleton to slow up any kind of offensive hope. X-Navy will be rotating over the midfield line, and that'll be King Skeleton, maybe the first one up. No, it's JR. Actually, that was X-Navy. JR from the corner. This is a great chance. Oh, but it takes 2 defenders. They send Clark University packing. A bump onto JR isolates him, but they just can't get the follow from C-John.
JR to put it right back out of the zone, too. Kind of a mistouch on the defense, and another dunk, and JR, this is his series, 4-0.
Oh my goodness. Howard College, you better be loving exactly what JR's putting down, because he is just unrelenting. 50s his way through, gets a 4-0, under a minute to go. Clark University, they are in dire straits, and this one may be too high of a hill to climb.
Yeah, Clark Red. That team needs to look out, because, I mean, maybe Howard CC goes to, or maybe JR goes to Howard CC 1, right? Go to that team and you promotes. And I mean, he's been outstanding right now, but you want a leader too on multiple teams, and JR has been exactly that. He's been incredible. It will be that sweep that we're looking for as well. The first 2 games really tight, but since then, Howard Community College, well, it was pure confidence in their abilities, and I think that's what really pulled it out here as time ticks down, and it will be that 3-0.
It's an offense that never forgot, never relented, and just never went away. They were able to put a placement and a flag in Clark University territory, and they never left. JR puts it to the ground. It is HCC 2 from Howard Community College 2. They're able to get our first win of the season, and it is a straight 3-0 sweep over Clark University Gray. But got to give them a lot of credit, a lot of heart, a lot of good defense came out. They just could not stop it. And when you look at game number 3's stats, 12 shots to 1, it tells the story.
It does. There's no doubt about it, too. And you got to take into consideration as well, when you look at this roster here for Howard Community College, this second team, it's actually Rage the Rager. She was listed as the number 2 player. So it was King Skeleton comes in, right? And is the 4th player. So I guess you could say sub, but really just the 4th player listed. And so when you're going with your 4th player and still finding that kind of success, well, that's a well-rounded team. I like what Howard Community College did here. But again, if you're Clark Gray, you got to realize this is a long season, 8 weeks of the regular season, so you're definitely not out by any shots. Although it was a 3-0, I honestly don't think it was that much of a blowout. I think JR just popped off in that last game, plain and simple.
Yeah, he was able to accumulate 7 goals across these 3 games, and honestly, just went off as much as he could. 15 shots across it. He is honestly my MVP when it goes to this series overall. But Clark University, they have a lot to build on. I want to see more out of Illumi. Had a lot of good notions to go and get those challenges and really extend that play upfield. It's about maintaining those leads when you had them. Clark, if University, we cannot forget they had a 2-0 lead in game number 2. Looked really good. Howard Community College, they were just that much better. But Bear, this is not our only match of the day between you and I. We had this first match in the Navigators Yellow division, but we're going to be moving our way up to the second tier for Challengers Yellow. But that's going to be after a little bit of a break. We'll be right back here at the NECC after just the next few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. It is time for some more NECC action. But before we get straight back to the pitch, let's talk about Season 1 as it's coming at you live. I'm Hail Monkey Man inside the booth alongside Bear one more time. And of course, we have 142 Rocket League teams that signed up for this fall semester. And this split of competition, Bear, it couldn't be any more fierce. From top to bottom, we've got squads all over the place, every single level. You have all the way at the Navigator's position, they have C1 on down, and then it goes upwards into the GC realm. But really, there's just nothing but talent out there. Pointedly, we've seen a lot of that talent over into the amateur and into the professional realm. What are some of the more notable players and teams and schools overall that you're kind of seeing from these upper divisions coming to play for the NECC this season?
Yeah, so we mentioned it before, Hill Monkey Man, that a lot of these colleges are bringing in multiple rosters into the NECC, which you love to see first and foremost. The teams that I'm looking out for here, and of course, we're going to take a peek at the Champions division because this division absolutely stacked. Some of the colleges I'm looking out for. Let's start off with let's go in order. Honestly, I mean, all these teams are really stacked, so I might miss a couple, but Columbia College right off the bat stands out to me. So a lot of these players I got to witness. There are a lot of young talent here too, because with Stay Plugged In, where I work, high school recruitment partners of the NECC as well, I get to see some of this talent before it hits the pitch. And let me tell you, Cosmic Flippy, Cryptic, and Crow Shiny Wings, the way that they clicked in our leagues and the way that they are now at Columbia College, definitely one that I'm checking out too. Going down the list as well, I like both of the teams from Columbia College. Rev on that second squad as well. So definitely quite a few names right off the bat. Arcadia University, another college giving away scholarships too, which is really awesome to see. These varsity squads and give out their talent too. Of course, you have Northwood in here as well, their top team. And with Northwood, I say top team, but they have the luxury of having two absolutely stacked rosters where it's not even an A team and a B team anymore. Hill Monkey Man, these two Northwood squads, they're able to just kind of take six incredible players and they're able to mix them together and find the right chemistry so you can have two dominant teams.
It's just kind of a see what sticks on the wall after you throw it, right? It's just whatever kind of goes up and really get that talent, really get kind of see what a hybrid level of play comes together at any given time. And it's almost unfair. The Blue Bloods over there looking really good, but we cannot forget about a few of these guys and some of these other colleges that are going to try and really give them a bit of gumption and competition. St. Clair's, for example, you got Comp, you got Spoons hanging out with Jay in that 3-set, but Bay State College with False, Omar, and Ness, we've gotten to see those guys play, and I mean it's nearly as stacked as possible. I mean, I even get to see players like Ramen for the Lights of St. Clair just looking good, being able to play alongside one another. And it's going to be so tough to really razor thin margin of error up there, but that's exactly what we want to see here at the NECC. But we want to see even more of that as we go down each of our other divisions as well, from champions down to challengers in the yellow division for this particular split. That's our match number 2. It is going to be the University of Ottawa versus King's College, and we got these 2-3s. What do you expect to see when we increase from our navigators at the 4th tier all the way up to the 2nd?
What you'll see is a little bit more play recognition, right? Especially on the defensive side of the ball for both teams, being able to locate when passes are occurring. You'll see a few less double commits as well, and it's all about communication and obviously the mechanical skill too. I mentioned before that first matchup at one of the lower divisions that, off the bat, when your mechanics aren't as sharp or, you haven't had as much time in the game to really practice those kind of mechanical skills, what ends up happening is when you get nervous, they'll just go by the wayside completely. And unfortunately, for the Clark Gray team, that we saw a little bit of that as they look to bounce back maybe in week 2. That being said, when you have a little bit more confidence, a little bit more speed, obviously to go along with it, because when you have the mechanics to back it up, not to mention you add a few more mechanics like the wave dash, and more importantly, boost control. That's for me, Hail Monkey Man, is what I'm watching this series and what will really be the key to success. Who controls the boost? Who's able to dry out the defense and able to really limit their chances because of it?
Well, let's see if it's all about execution, if it's all about speed, or it's all about everything else in between. We go to game number 1 of match number 2. It's in the challenge division. It's Ottawa versus King's College, and it's gonna be the Kings red, rather. They're going to be in yellow. Ottawa will be in blue, and immediately Ottawa put on their heels on defense. We saw a little bit of that from our previous blue team from Clark's Gray. Let's see if Ottawa can stand up and be able to go into offense in a hurry.
And chat, make sure you get your predictions in as well as they have hit the chat. Get your predictions in and get a little bit risky with your channel points. As game 1 has begun, yes. As Pugsy's going to play it right outward. Tanwan does sidestep Pugsy's. 50 here at midfield, and Guard able to turn on that one quickly. And again, you see the speed ramping up right off the bat.
This is already an amazing upturn because you get to see both sides kind of trading blows. It was that early territory control, but it was very much kind of a lobbing affair. This one is going to have those very acute rotations. You're going to see the immediate follow-up, a lot more trust. And you were talking about that play execution, seeing where these passes can go. Extra touches by Joe Bone. Passes over to the midfield line, but it's going to be pushed back by Gilmore boys. Coat from the corner. Guard looking to see if he can move it around, but this perimeter play off the wall is being well guarded, you could say, by Ottawa's defense. Shot coming on, but Joe Bone puts it aside. Another opportunity, but it's right out in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, and you see Kings right off the bat trying to get that boost control, and although it's given them chances, it's been Ottawa who's been matching that exact challenge here on the defense, keeping enough in their back pocket and picking up enough of those small pads to really keep the defense chance alive, as they spend a majority of this first minute and a half in their own zone. Finally, they'll work it out and try to play some offense, but a lack of boost from Coat. And Tanwan tries to play it past, but Guard able to play that one off the back wall. And Pugsy's will leave it for Gilmore boys. Back to Pugsy's. Great communication from them too. And Tanwan had to jump on it because Guard had a chance right there in the slot.
Kings College has been able to spend the majority of time
Oh!
Goodness, Gilmore boys finds the reactionary touch. Tanwan was the first challenger, but it was Pugsy's who lined it up, and it was Gilmore that knocked it down.
And excellent job there as they're able to take the early lead. Huge move here as it's been really even here. The defense is definitely stepping up here as now it'll be another pass. Pugsy's jumps on this one too, but Joe Bone where he needs to be to try to get past center field, but that has been a constant struggle here from Ottawa.
Ottawa's not been able to record a single shot because they've had such a brief stay down pitch, but now Coat, he gets a huge clear, and it's because they've had zero boost every single attempt. The single threat being able to go to the backboard as Joe Bone's going to look and see if he can continue this play. Hand off over to Coat, trying to get around Guard, but again, well guarded at the midfield line. That's a shot opportunity, and Gilmore continues to pressure into that pressure of the zone. It is 6 shots to none, and Ottawa, it just seems every time they try to press up, they've used all their resources just to defend. Oh, but a big chance there, shut down.
Good recovery save there from Gilmore. As maybe a mistouch here, though, loosely played there in the defense by Pugsy's and played right back into the zone where Guard will jump to it. Now Ottawa starting to piece something together here. Coat looks to jump out to get the 50, but Joe Bone will jump on it instead. A second touch will throw off the defense and looking for Coat, but not enough on it here. Coat will wait back patiently, and that was the right choice as Pugsy will now jump on it and look for blood there, looking for a bump as Joe Bone not able to sidestep. Guard will put it right back into the zone here for Kings as they have finally escaped the zone. Ottawa finally showing a little bit of life, although still no shots to show for it, or a couple of shots to show for it rather.
This one is going to sneak its way through, and I do like that they're getting physical. You see Tanwan go immediately to try and body a defender, seeing if they get rid of any chances that someone will grab it from that back line. And you have to create when they do not just come to fruition in front of you. And that's going to be very difficult to continue to do at this speed and this level. Pugsy's looking for a 45, but it's going to be handed off to the backline defender as Joe Bone all over it. Great handoff, Coat, down pitch. It's a shot. Oh. It's taken away by Gilmore boys. Tanwan trying to put it back, but it's a shot and a bump on a Guard. He actually grabs it.
Look out for Kings College Red because it's Ottawa who's on a mission right now, as they have put on a majority of the chances here late and look really good doing it, but a great recovery there from Kings on the defensive side of the ball, and Guard will play back out. 1-0 lead, but it is not safe the way they've been playing. Oh, that one's risky, but Juan able to get to it nonetheless. It'll be Coat right back into the zone. He'll try to carry. Gets past one. Joe Bone now. Accidental demo as they try to reach for it, but the defense was too quick to it. And that has been a major difference here as well. That defensive recognition has definitely come in handy. But time continues to wind down here, and Kings still with that 1-0 lead.
See if they'll be able to get anything from the midfield. They take a little bit of extra boost, and that's going to help them on this field trip. But with 10 seconds coming up, they've been able to do much more. It's still a 1-goal separator. Cody's up pitch. He's able to get the challenge. It comes lateral. It's going to be bouncing in. Tan1, he has to go slow. He has no boost to go. That's going to be a clear the other direction. Can Code get underneath it? Favorable bounce. They're looking for the kill now, maybe for the kill shot to the back of the net. Code to that back wall. Gilmore boys over the archway, but that challenge will shut it down. Game 1, 1-0 in favor of Kings College.
Well, you can feel Ottawa starting to try to change that momentum. It started a couple of minutes left in that game number 1, but Kings Red did just enough to hang on the defensive side of the ball and then able to kill time there as they were able to transition in that last 45 seconds and really just kill time, which is all they needed to do. That's good recognition of, the play at hands. Obviously, you want to play when you have the lead like you've been playing all game long. It's very easy to gravitate away from that and try to play a different style and, maybe play on your heels. But for Kings Red, they're able to do enough to kind of stop that Ottawa push that was definitely coming there in the later half of that game.
I mean, they just kind of took over from the corners. I mean, you were talking earlier about boost management. It was Ottawa that came up empty. They were dry. They were sucking for air, just trying to breathe as much as they could. They were under that very extended zone pressure. And at the beginning of the game, it didn't look like they were going to suffer from any of that. The speed differential was pretty dead even. It's just Kings that was able to keep it up. 1 goal difference. We may be able to see this one go the distance to a game 4, but before then, we got game number 2. Let's hit the pitch again. Can Ottawa be able to bounce back, or can the Kings continue to reign?
Ottawa did enough for me personally to believe that they definitely have it in them. I agree with you wholeheartedly here in the fact that this is going to be a close series. I don't see this one being another 3-0. I see so much potential here in Ottawa and so many chances they had towards the end of it. But if Kings Red plays the way they did in the first half, as a chance comes through, Gilmore boys with another clever save there. If they play that same way, then it's going to be tough for Ottawa to try to develop something because Kings Grove started off game 1 so tight.
And that's already a great start. They weren't unable to record a single shot until about 3 or so minutes into the game. So already having something off the get-go is a great play. Ottawa, they're now starting to get a little bit more stuck playing laterally. Gilmore was responsible for a ton of that pressure in game number 1. They're going to try and turn that aerial superiority into a great thing, but just leaving that possession out into the middle crosshair. Joe Bone gives it away. That's possession now gone, but that's a double commit for the likes of Kings College. They're going to move up into this corner and guard. He will rotate forward to give his players and his teammates some time to rotate out. A team bump will continue to slow down Ottawa.
And so quick sidebar here, Hail Monkey Man. I don't know if you looked at the chat predictions here, but it's just as close as that game number 1 was. I think it was like 3.5K versus 3.6K. That's incredible. And oh, what a shot! And Code still gets the save. That was impressive. But now right back in the zone here for Kings. As Code will get another touch, does just enough to put guard. Will catch him off guard. And we'll get a big clear out. And with 3:26 remaining, a similar story here. It's the story of defenses.
It is, but it's about where the execution lies at the midfield. Guard's going to leave it up. That's going to be a shot, and it's going to be taken away. Gilmore. Oh, that is pressure at one end and on the other. Trying to make that roundabout switch shot. Tan1 unable to get there in time, but it is guard able to hold down the corner. He puts up the shield. Bit of a fake out. Gilmore looking for an opportunity. It's a shot. It's blocked by Tan1.
Oh, my. Gilmore has been incredibly impressive here for Hail Monkey Man on the defensive side, and then sidestep the defender, and another big save over the shoulder. This guy is absolutely unreal on the defensive side of the half.
Got to give a lot of credit, though, to Tan1. He's really starting to spark some life into this offense for the likes of Ottawa. Their rotations have been able to really take control at the midfield, and they've been able to secure their own back corner boost, which is something that they could not secure against Kings Red early on. Now from this corner, Joe Bone gives it away. That's a big pass, but it has a little bit too much heat behind it. So Gilmore's gonna have to work from the wall. He cannot maintain possession, shot opportunity, cut short, coat to guard, and again, can they make the read? Oh, he actually just looks for a handoff, looking for options, trying to get a bump, and that one just could not play out. They're down center mass. Gilmore is doing all the work he can for King's College just to get a goal in the net. We have not had one with 2 minutes remaining.
It continues to be this battle, this chess match. As you see, Tian put it right back out, but Gilmore, of course, the one on the defensive side to get a touch. And it'll work its way over eventually to guard, and Gilmore boys with one more touch. Now, it'll be left here for Janoski. And over to Tian, who will try to play from side wall, although guard read it. He was just a little bit off. And now Jobone with his 50. Gilmore boys somehow recovered on that. And we'll keep things alive. We're guard able to try to get a pass off. Unfortunately, teammate was on their way back, and so not able to get to it. And with 120 remaining, still that defensive battle. Chance here, Tian shot on, but guard able to get back to that one as the shot did not quite have the velocity that Tian wanted there.
As soon as I think that King's College is suffering from a bit of overcommit on their offense and they were leaving a gap, you still see them able to recover into a great defensive play onto that back line. Gilmore looking for options. He gets it from 1 to 2. The third is Pugsies. It's a little bit off. They're going to see if they can recover, but it's instead taken away by Tian. Great challenge by guard. Going aerial. Gilmore, he's going to bail out, realizing it's a little bit too high and a little bit too far away. Pugsy versus Jobone. Jobone with the takeaway. Tian's on an island by himself. He has to get it past guard. Does so. Everyone rotating. You see Jobone way across. Then it turns into an offensive possession for the likes of Ottawa. They're going to press into the corner. A half minute coming up, and we still are scoreless. We may enter OT scoreless unless this double commit shot comes through.
Oh, he was so close, and now Tian tries to come back out of the zone, but guard will put it right back in. And they'll have to stay sharp on the defense. Jobone with a giant clear here, and it's Tian to chase. Right into the hands of Bugsy, who will try to work it out as well, but Gilmore able to get that touch. Trying to get over to guard, but with plenty of room here, but not a lot of time. It's 8 seconds left here, still even at 0 in this game number 2. Back down. This will play off side wall. Bugsy's going to play out. Guard keeps it alive. They almost get to it. You got to be careful if you're Ottawa. You left that wide open, but they're not able to get to it. And we have ourselves overtime here in game number 2.
This is the first OT, I believe, of the season. Did we? I don't think we had one in the previous series. So this one is red hot, and it's looking like these two squads are never going to leave each other alone. I have loved what I've seen out of Ottawa, going man-on-man, challenging every step of the way. They're not going to let Kings have free chances, but the same can be said of Kings Red. They're going to look to shoot the gap as best they can into the box. Tian turning it over, and now Ottawa on offense.
And now it'll be Coat. Plays it off the back wall here. Plenty of room out. It'll be Janoski back out. Tian trying to get a touch here. A demo from Coat. That'll open things up. In theory, Jobone back up for it. But by the time they get there, Mr. Gilmore boys himself, who has been absolutely outstanding on both sides of the ball, able to get that clear back out. Try to get a pass across, cut off by Coat. He'll put it right back out of the zone here. And 50 seconds remaining, and we stick to our theme. But this one's across. Tian had a chance, goes just wide with it. Worse there from the defense. And Jobone, with the missed touches, that 50 will really leave it to Bugsy's. Cut up by Coat, trying for the double touch. Oh my, the 50 gonna hang in here too. Guard able to corner. It's gonna take an incredible goal to break either of these defenses.
They are just, it's a monumental stand at either side, but they were trusting in Gilmore to be able to do exactly what he's been doing the entire game, and that's just stand strong. Tian though, on the attack of the fake. They send 2. Guard on the next man up. Coat is going to try and take it from the wall. It's going to come up a little bit, which means they're looking for aerial play. You're going to cross it over from that midfield. Is it free? You have a single hop and a danger close. And that's Gilmore himself able to get the single goal for game 2.
There it is. Exact same score line. Just took a little bit longer to get there. And no other than Gilmore boys, who have been talking out all game long, talking them up. And Kings with just a great effort to keep that defense sharp, and they have kept this Ottawa squad. We've seen the offense and what kind of chances they can develop, and they've held them scoreless through 2.
This was so dead even. We were looking at every way that these guys could really kind of dissect one another, and this is exactly like you said. This is a chess match. if it were me out there, it'd be checkers because it'd be much more simple. This is not. They are stuck with one king on either side, the pawns around them, and then they suddenly evolve into knights, into queens, and we don't know where they will strike finally, but it's giving up Gilmore boys to be able to get into those aerial plays, and just that one little moment of a fake off the backboard. What a read, and that has been the only difference maker between these two squads.
There's got to be a King me joke in there somewhere, huh? Kings with the 2-0 advantage here, heading into game number 3. We're about to start up here shortly, and I might be wrong. I said it wasn't going to be a 3-0, and listen, it's been incredibly close, but the way that Kings has been playing defensively, I don't see how Ottawa can break through. Game number 3 underway here. If you're just joining us, a 2-0 advantage here for Kings. Oh my, and a mistake right off the bat. Not the way you want to start.
That is not.
If you're Ottawa, oh my, 1-0.
That is just one of those that you have to secure, just get a single touch, and you can't let in the first 5 seconds. We may see, for the first time ever, a multiple goal game. I say that in the first 5, but we've only had one every game so far between these two. With this 2-0 lead, it is a reverse sweep necessary for the likes of Ottawa to be able to get going. These Gee-Gees gotta go. They gotta gee up, and there's a shot opportunity, and it will! We finally get a tie, and Tan-Wan brings us there.
And you knew it was going to be him. You called it his name plenty of times here. From the ceiling, look at that shot. Good aim. And it beats the defense. If you beat Gilmore boys on the defensive side, you did something right. What a shot. Tie ball game.
That is the patience necessary to really get this going, and that is just enough to make the man himself miss. Jobone looking for a chance, but it's going to be, again, taken away by Pugsies, as Gilmore is going to be able to go on offense in a hurry. Coat looking for the clear, and he sees everyone rolling back to their own net. He's unable to get a better touch, but Jobone will make the best of that situation. Pugsies is first man up. Shot opportunity, but it will be put away by Guard. See if they can extend it. No, they will now have to rotate out, but they take away these chances from Gilmore. Looking for a redirect, a setup over to Pugsies. The shot is short, trying to center it up, and they just cannot get there.
Now, I've been keeping my eye on Gilmore boys, as Gilmore has been cherry picking pretty hard. Part of the strategy to maybe create some offense where there has been none. Oh, 50 almost goes for Tan-Wan as well, but they'll try to resettle and work from there. Jobone almost got it too, but a big clear out of the zone. The two teams will play Pong and try to settle it down. Much more offensive and crazy than we've seen, as the strategic style of play has gone by the wayside here.
You know, I kind of like it when both teams open up. They've been feeling a little bit too restricted. Oh, Guard himself nearly getting a double off of the front face of that near side post, and Gilmore looking for another setup, but everyone is rotating away. That ends up being a clear opportunity. Goes back to Ottawa, but instead it's a roller and a bowler. Can Tan-Wan bring it over? No, he cannot, but Jobone will cut short Guard's chance. Goes to the sky. Gilmore to the corner. He's going to take a little bit of extra time to be able to drop it off. That's Pugsies with another one. A double commit. Ottawa very quickly know how to recover, and they are actually out shooting Kings College for once. Oh! Jawbone from the post.
That was a great read here, and watch the communication as they were absolutely boostless. So Jobone jumps off of it and jumped right towards where he knew his teammate was going to place that. That is absolutely 100% calculated with the communication, the call off, the finish. 2-1 Ottawa.
That's how you execute. That's exactly what you got to do if you're Ottawa, and they are finally able to really get down pitch, be able to produce even more than they have from the previous 2 games. Guard is going to mess with Jobone for all of a moment, and Gilmore is going to put Coat flipping backwards. Oh, just cannot make the read. That's unfortunate, but you know what? It's really good fortune for Gilmore. We're tied again.
Yeah, just thought that sidewall got a read and put it on nets, and Coat caught cheating up a little bit. And of course, I said strategic ways go by the wayside. I'm actually wrong here because, you know, you recognize that both teams have seen that offense needs to grow. And so because of that, both teams are cheating up to try to get multiple offensive chances. So if you can catch them off guard, well, that's how you do it. And we have ourselves a tie game here with 2:43 remaining. As it'll be Pugsies to try to play past. Jobone with a bit of a mistouch here. Luckily for him, Tan-Wan able to jump on it. 50 by Gilmore boys. It's a cross. Goat gets it over to Tan-Wan. Will play it clear. Great positioning and great recognition of the play as it develops from Pugsies. And it'll keep it out of harm's way temporarily until Gilmore boys is forced out with it. But Jobone directly back into the zone. Guard off that side wall, looking for a teammate. Code able to cut it off. Mistouch back into the defensive zone. Guard shielded there by Jobone, but this will go right out in front. Gilmore boys trying to get a read. Unfortunately, was a little bit shy on that one. And a 50 at midfield here will calm things down. Tan-Wan from the ceiling. Shot was on target, but Gilmore boys able to handle that one with ease and will be forced up for another touch, and does nicely as he gets it away from Coat.
This one's threatening. as you have the likes of Kings able to supply themselves a little bit more leniency. They've been able to deplete the reserves of boost from the likes of Ottawa. Great takeaway by Gilmore. That puts guard at an island. He actually will miss, but there is no follow-up. That has been lacking, a bit of physicality. I'm liking the sweeping rotations that you get through those goal lines now. They are both getting a little bit more physical, just enough. And you already see it. Tan Juan, he looks for a head to roll. He has an extra touch. He just rolls it over two defenders. Tan Juan, the difference maker for Ottawa.
What a superstar. The demo to start things off, and look at this guard control right there. It fools Gilmore, boys. And apparently that's what you have to do. He's done it twice in this game in order to give Ottawa the 3-2 lead. This team just does not want to go away.
They are going to continue to make these Kings work for their territory. Tan Juan, though, he's going to be having to chase back because Joe Bone is going to go to that backside post. The shot is on. Joe Bone, he'll get a save. That's a pass to anyone, everyone. Coat with a freebie, and they have a 2-goal lead. 4-2, just over a minute left in game 3.
Oh, they broke the ice with that incredible solo play, gave them the confidence, and then you know you have to kind of cheat up when goals are far in between, right? You don't see many of them, and so you get a little bit of antsy if you're Kings Red, and because of that, see now a 4-2 advantage here from Ottawa, and we might be seeing ourselves our first game 4 of the night here. There's still a minute left, and we've seen what Kings can do when they get hot, especially Gilmore, boys. Look for him to try to rally his team, but no, it's going to be Coat instead, and they are suddenly coming alive. It's 5-2.
It either comes in bunches or it never comes at all, and Tan Juan, he arcs it over and just gives Coat an opportunity to get to the top of the key, and that's the key to victory right there. They are putting overwhelming opportunities in their back pocket, and they're coming away with profits and the treasure of these Kings as everyone is rioting at the gates. The ramparts on fire. They are probably going to have to reconvene, but guard, with 43 seconds left, there's still a chance.
Yeah, and it started with guard there too, and the 50 came right back down. That's being in the play. We saw a bit of that earlier, I believe, from Ottawa, with that same style of you lost your touch here, but you leave it for a teammate and just go down the field, get ready for a pass. And that anticipation and play down the field has been the difference, and one of the reasons why we went from 2 1-0 games to 8 goals rather, in this game number 3. Still a little bit of time here left on for Kings Red, as this one will be up to guard with a touch away from the defense. He's up, but Coat beats him to it, and that should just about do it. Sure enough, it's in the back of the net. Coat has been outrageous this game. Make it a hat trick for him. 3 goals off of 4 shots.
They've been able to double up the offensive output, both in goals and in shots. It's 6-12. Ottawa coming alive in a big way after we had kind of one of those grinder matches of just 1-0, 1-0, going to OT for the first time. And now with Ottawa really finding an identity here, they just have to keep the Kings on their heels. These guys are working really well together. Leo the Lion, he's a little bit stressed and depressed, but they'll be able to have another chance at it. Luckily for Kings Red, it will be a long time before they're on their heel when it comes to match point, but game 3 goes to University of Ottawa.
That's a great turnaround. There's no doubt about it, as we appreciate your patience with a little bit of the dropped frames for the stream. Looks like we got a little bit figured out, and we'll continue to work to get you the cleanest feed possible here at the NECC. So they're working behind the scenes. The production team will get you that clean feed. But yes, Ottawa, what a performance there. Able to double up the goals of Kings Red. But not only that, they went from 0 goals in game 1 to 0 goals in game number 2 to 6 in game number 3. Hail Monkey Man, what was the difference?
I mean, the DLC to be able to get those free goals. I'm kidding. No, it was, if it was someone that really kind of started the barn burner that is Ottawa, it was Tan Juan. It was those challenges he really got in the face of this defense and forced King's College to really stand up as a defensive unit. Gilmore, boys, he realized that he was one of the main players to be able to make these transitions. You were talking about the fact that he was cherry picking a lot. That's because he would go upfield to be able to get it from one end of the pitch to the next and be able to get opportunities from his players in guard and Pugsies, but maintained that game, gave Coat a lot of extra chances, and honestly, got to give him some great performance points from that one to be able to keep them in this series. Still, they got to be wary. We're going to game number 4.
And get your predictions in chat as well. It is time for game number 4, the first one of the night. So we're able to see a non-sweep, and with good reason. It's always been super close. And that last game was even 6-3, but the way that Kings Red was coming back, you got to imagine that they're going to want to close out now. If you don't close out now, you go to a game 5, then suddenly Ottawa's won 2 in a row. You know, what side is momentum on? It would be Ottawa at that point. So, you need to, if you're Kings Red, you got to kind of calm down here. And, you know, you haven't been playing poor, even though you dropped that one. And they're going to try to start off strong here as they get a first chance on, but Coat able to do enough here, and Joe Bone with a good flick out to Coat. Guard able to meet that one with a great save. Joe Bone puts it right back in the zone, and Ottawa goes directly back to work.
I gave a lot of credit to Tanwan in that previous game, but there's also something of note that has to be taken, is that they've been able to really maintain good boost control. Great management, and be able to have their tanks at least half full when they go on these stints upfield. Looking for a challenge, Tanwan again already in the sky, but they were also able to keep King's College more grounded because they maintained a lot of that extra boost. So can they keep them at bay? Can they keep the skies controlled? They've allowed a little extra jumping from King's Red here so far. A bit of a double commit. Guard is going to grab that boost. He's going to set himself up at the midpoint, but Gilmore unable to get it around the corner. That's a nice arc over from the back, but Tanwan sights it out. Coat is going to find the transition, but they cannot get the shot.
I like the 1-2 punch. The 1-2 play by Tanwan is always A to B, right? Go from A to B. You don't have to be fancy. You don't have to, you know, take a sidestep. And listen, we've seen fancy. We saw that crazy goal. I guess it was a doomsday dish technically, but the car control made it outrageous. That being said, going after these challenges quickly has been the name of the game, but a chance to a save from Tanwan. He got back to it. How in the world? And it now back out just as we were talking about him right on cue.
He went underneath Gilmore, who was trying to bully anyone away from that post where that shot was dropping in. What great focus and vision, and a shot opportunity, but Guard, he's gonna be the last man on. All 3 set from these Kings College players hanging out on their back line. It's Code with some great patience to allow that one to come up. He's going to get that 50 in favor of himself. Joe Bone looking for a redirect, but instead goes to the corner, looking for the wall. Gilmore with the steal is now 1-on-2, trying to get around Coat, but a little bit of a nuisance. Coat is able to take away that possession. This is a pinch in the other direction. No. Did he expect Gilmore to get it? Just drove away. It was too far, and Tanwan will grab the 50 and the lead for Ottawa.
The way the greatness that is Tanwan in this game specifically, that's not how you pictured the first goal going in, but you got to figure that that was going to be the outcome, whether it looked one way or another. But Tanwan able to get on the scoreboard, you take him any way you get him. As, yeah, it was a bit of a miscommunication there, it looked like, but nonetheless, Ottawa will take it. As Tanwan plays right back into the zone, we'll be out of boost. And so no one really to chase. And so Bugsy is going to take it from that corner. Good fake to get around Coat as well. Jobone kind of pops it up for Guard to get to. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too slow to jump on it, but Gilmore boys going to try to get the bump from Guard, but somehow Coat avoids it and gets the save, and this Ottawa defense continues to just absolutely put on a show.
They're slaughtering on the ground, and Gilmore has had 2 chances now at the exact same spot around that right side post and has not been able to bury it. He had a redirect, and then he had the bully, and he's not been able to find his way outside or inside the perimeter. And now Pugsy's trying to arc it in from the front face. That's a double commit, and Tanwan, he's getting a little speedy in his boots. A bit of a flick, but you know what? The speed is paying off. He gets another save as the onslaught continues. The barrage from the King's College ticking up. Pugsy's gonna allow it to go over to Gilmore, but a backflip there is actually gonna send them packing. Oh, if they can just maintain these touches, they can really begin to slice through Ottawa's defense.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot from Pugsy's, aka Janoski, I believe is the preferred name, has been just, I mean, he's come alive though. It's been unreal, and I made a mistake, but by the way, earlier. But you know, he's been a little bit silent, and it does take the full team for sure. Obviously, there's a third role that you have to take into consideration, where you know not everybody's going to be flashy, but they have a minute to really piece things together here. Otherwise, they're going to be looking at a Game 5 and an Ottawa advantage because of the simple fact that they would have 1, 2 in a row. We'll see if they can silence this, as it'll be Guard with a quick turn. Tanwan. Great job to play to the corner and not straight back out where the defense was waiting for it. As that recognition continues, Coat does just enough to get a touch, but right into the hands of Gilmore boys. Unable to sidestep Tanwan, who was able to shield it, but now straight down. Tanwan with a great read there, too. And now right back. Oh, just a little bit high there from Janoski. As Guard will try to follow up too, and met there again. As Tan1 with a quick little move around the defense, it'll be in, and 2-0 Ottawa with 20 seconds remaining.
You think when you see the scoreboard and all the stats with King's College putting shot after rotation, after steal, after bump, and hanging out on Ottawa's back defensive line for so long, they would break through. But Tan1, the difference maker, he's 100% and giving Code another chance to be able to get one here. 15 seconds coming up. We're looking at a game 5 for this best of 5 and possibly a reverse sweep. King's College has been unable to break through the iron wall of Ottawa. Let's see if they'll be able to take them on later, but it's Ottawa who reigns supreme in this game. They just stand strong. Can they keep them scoreless? And they do. Tan1 denies every single player that tries to go against them.
Let me tell you, El Monkey Man, your complexion kind of captured it. That, even though that last goal didn't matter, it kind of does, right? It's a statement. Said, hey, we figured out your offense. We know how to handle your offense. Also, we know how to play defense. So that's a good combination to have. I honestly would argue that although that goal doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, maybe a momentum changer, right? Whatever it might be. I think that's more of just Ottawa making a statement here saying our defense can stand strong and we can limit you to 0 goals. We have you figured out. We want to close out this reverse sweep. And for Kings Red, they have to piece something together. Otherwise, they're going to be in trouble here.
Yeah, that was honestly just the exclamation point. That was the cream on top, and that was the flex. That's your guy walking by the other squad, looking him up and down and nodding and smiling. He's having a good time. Yeah. These guys are having a good time. We're going to game number 5 of this best of 5. It could be a reverse sweep for Ottawa. They've got all the momentum. They have all the pressure. Can King's College be able to respond? They have to do so right here. This one's for all the dice.
Oh, you love to see it. We said this one might go to the distance, and sure enough, it has. Well, we have another 5 minutes, and perhaps more. These games have been really close to close things out here for this second series. It has already been entertaining. This is just the second series of the night, by the way. Plenty more Rocket League to play. Oh, good bump here, though. Tan1 tries to get a little bit of a step, maybe a wave dash flick. Jobone to follow, and they're not able to get to it. Guard caught off guard, and Jobone able to put in the first goal, in Ottawa starting off strong again.
It was set up by a nice little flick to be able to kind of just make that aggressive approach, and then as it deflected back in, great recognition that the play was still there to at least try for anything. Sometimes the shots, just making them available is the best course of action. Trying for yet another one. Jobone, he loves crashing that near side post on that right side.
Certainly does. Tan1 has been huge for you, Ottawa, too. You can't say enough about this character. And sure, it didn't get credit with the first goal, but the defense has stepped up as Guard looks to continue to jump right back out. But Coat gets the save, and Kings Red. Now, it's going to be Janoski tries to play pass, but Tan1 a little bit awkward there. So, kind of accomplished that simple fact of putting the defense in an awkward position, but it doesn't matter as Tan1 will make anything look easy. But now they got to be careful here. It's back down, and Guard kind of overshot it a little bit, and Tan1 able to get a bit of a clear. But Gilmore boys, good fake. Try to get to it, but was bumped off of it. But no, a mistouch. And it's Janoski able to get on the board here. And not much you can do in that situation. Unfortunate as they came right back down. Oh my, what a way to tie this game.
That's Tan1 doing everything right, and then just coming up into the rotation, expecting the touch, and then realizing the timing just kind of boops it in. And unfortunate as that is, that's exactly what King's College has to do to be able to get into this game again. Shot opportunity, huge save by Gilmore. He's right back to that defensive approach as he's been shut down every which way on offense. It's good to see him back in this game.
Gilmore was able to step up quickly on this one. Tries to get another touch. The 50 out to center. Guard calling off one, rather. And able to jump on it. Not able to do much more. Janoski going to leave it for Gilmore boys, who will get a touch over to the corner. Jobone reads this, but another great touch will force Coat with a great reaction time to keep it into the zone here, though. It's put loosely out in front, but Jobone goes a little bit wide with it. He'll turn to the corner now. Uses a boost, try to get past Guard. Guard able to shield it for now. Tan1 right back off the corner. Looking for Coat is the intended target. Right back off the corner, where Tan1's already up for this one quickly. Almost got the angle as well. A quick turnaround too, but not there. And now it'll be right back out of the zone from Kings Red, who survives that sequence somehow.
That U of Ottawa, they've been able to put a lot of extended pressure from side to side and really kind of stretch that defense thin. But now Guard with a great demo is going to get rid of Jobo, and the respawn happens on the opposite end of Coat, who's going to streak his way downfield, kind of maintain a little bit of a loose control. And one thing that's really been happening on the side of King's College Red is that they've been kind of doubling up on the wall. They've been bunching up in these zones. Gilmore looking for a chance. He gets it over Coat. That's one, but not two. The man Tan Juan, as we're past halftime in this game 5, we're still tied 1-1, still continuing to be the difference.
And oh man, back to square one and square two, aka game 1 and game 2, with a score, low scoring, and defensive showcase. As look at the calm downness as it was getting a little bit crazy there. So you see the players try to take it in their own hands. This one's across. Janoski able to get one touch, but then bumped away from it wisely from the defense of University of Ottawa. Now it's Coat off the back wall. No intended target here. Janoski going to go a little bit high with it, though. Be off that side wall. Beat to it, though, by Gilmore boys with a couple of touches, but not the right direction that they wanted. And so now it'll kind of hang here at midfield. Back to the chess game here, Hill Monkey Man.
Yeah, it's starting to, they're looking for that, just that one home run swing, because they're trying to bunch up around the midfield line the same way that they're on their own back line. And they're not wanting to overcommit, but they're definitely finding themselves in the same rotation lane. Joe Bone's gonna be the first one on this corner, as Guard will find it. That's a very dangerous place, but they gotta get their time! Oh! 10-1! The takeaway! Guard, it's the other direction. Can Tan-1 be able to get this from the outside? It is put right on the nose of Gilmore. Threatening shot! Oh! Joe Bone!
I cannot believe that Tan-1 somehow got back into that save, and defense creates offense. I say it every stream, Hill Monkey Man, and it's because you see a live example of it there. And University of Ottawa looking to get back into it as their great team has come back down. They could not solve the puzzle that was the defense from Kings Red, and now suddenly they have just 48 seconds to try to close things out. That being said, you know Kings Red is going to come harder than ever. It's Guard. They try to go back in the zone. Played out to the corner now. Be Janoski. Plays off the ceiling there. Almost got a read there, but a bit antsy as Jobone looking at an empty net. Will put it off the back wall, but Guard able to get to it in time as Jobone couldn't quite handle it. We're down to 27 seconds left, and Guard will play it. Janoski over this one as well. Now it's into the corner where Coat kind of leaves it. So did Tan-1. They're in an awkward spot, but Coat ends up getting to it. Down to 14 seconds remaining on the clock. Here's Gilmore. Gonna try to set up Janoski. Meeting him is Tan-1, but it's up and down. They kind of leave it there as not a lot of boost in the tank, and so Coat able to jump up on it. And now on the side wall, J-Bone just has to kill this one, but Gilmore able to keep it up for Janoski for now. A chance. Oh, what a save there from... Oh, Tan-1 came up huge. It hits the ground, and University of Ottawa going to close out with the reverse sweep. Oh, my Lord, what defense there from Tan-1 to close things out.
Just a will as strong as steel, waiting until he saw the whites of the eyes of his opponent, and just until the last second. Oh, what an ultimate player this man is. Tan-1 just came out to perform. Game 3 through 5, an absolute monster. Who took the controller from him? That was great. We didn't see any evidence of that in the first one. It was so close. It was kept grounded. King's College, they came out with a plan. They tried slowing down the likes of U of Ottawa, and they really did approach it from that realm. But then it was Ottawa that just came out to play, able to take it to the skies, and it was pressure, it was positioning, it was pace, and they took it all away from Kings Red.
University of Ottawa is so calculated. They have so much analyst talent. You can tell by the way that I said Kings Red, you know they're going to be coming harder than ever for that victory, right? In order to close out, and you know, you're down 2-1 with that little bit remaining. And when it looked like all was lost, like the ball was going to hit the ground and the reverse sweep is going to be there, Kings Red had an opportunity, a shot directly on nets. And yet they hung in there. They knew it was going to develop, and they were able to jump on it. Tan-1, absolutely phenomenal job. Hands down, my MVP for that series. One of the giant reasons why the University of Ottawa Gray was able to pull out that victory. What a reverse sweep, 3-2 the final score. And I can't say any more about this team. They looked really good.
Yeah, those Gigis were running at full pace and they came in first place and they did amazingly well. But got to give a lot of good credit, King's College. You guys over there, you have some great things to work with. Just be able to get
Yep.
a little bit more points. Gilmore, just a monster on every side of the pitch. I loved everything I saw out of him. Just needing better execution. They had tons of opportunities. They just couldn't break through that iron wall. It's about being able to piece that puzzle at the right moment. In games 1 and 2, they were able to limit them. It's just game 3 onward that they just couldn't solve it. But you know what, Bear? We've been able to see some solutions from a couple different squads. We got to see a sweep. We got to see a reverse sweep. It's a day of sweeps in one way or the other. But we have even more action. It just won't be from you and I. Bear, overall, what do you think of the day before we get into our next matches coming up later?
I mean, what a way to start it, right? We definitely drew this one up, right? We made this storybook happen. It was pretty cool to start things off, no doubt about it. Obviously, we saw Valorant on the NECC channel here yesterday to kick things off in that fashion, and I think this is a great way to start off the Rocket League portion as well. And that being said, we're just getting started, like you said. So my initial thoughts are it's going to be an incredible season. If it can be that energy packed in week 1, think about the 8-week season. Think about the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals that'll happen later in December. It's going to be an incredible story all the way through. I can't wait.
It's going to be something to witness, and you guys better witness it here. But we have even more for tonight. You thought that was great? There's even more coming up. Our next matchup is going to be between Kansas Wesleyan and Blue Gold Esports. We'll see you guys here in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just the next few minutes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League for week number 1 of this season. My name is Bass from the Past, and joined alongside me here today is the one, the only Hyperion. Hyperia, I'm excited, my friend. We are back for another incredible season full of NECC Rocket League. I am really excited. How are you doing on this fine afternoon, my friend?
I'm doing absolutely lovely, and well, times are a little bit interchangeable. There is a 24-hour clock all around the globe, so it is a night for me. But I could, if I ever had to think of a reason, why would I be awake at 1 in the morning? This would be it. This would definitely be up there. NECC first week. I'm looking forward to this. I'm incredibly excited.
As am I, and we've got two incredible teams ready for you guys here today. It is Kansas Wesleyan University versus the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, otherwise known as Blue Gold Esports, and we have really got such an incredible matchup here. We're going up to the Challengers Division, second highest from the top in the Cyan Conference, and Hyperia, like we have been talking about, it's a lot of excitement here in the first week. These teams it's the first time that they get to see each other, the first steps into the NECC, and it's a big chance for them to make a statement. A win in week number 1 is absolutely massive. It puts you off on the right foot, gets you a lot of momentum going into the rest of the season, and I think both of these teams absolutely know that everyone wants a shot here in this first week, and everyone wants to come out in the best possible scenario.
And another thing is as well, if you get that first week win, let's say against somebody who is going to go on an absolute tear the rest of the season, you don't want to be up against someone in the last week who's 9-0 or something like that. That's scary. You'd rather take the one in the first week, be innocent, maybe still get absolutely played off the pitch, but at least you come into this with a lot of confidence, and that is the number one thing always in Rocket League. You need to have that confidence, and well, let's see whether these players can actually do that. I'm incredibly excited. That's the thing. We have the preseason matches, of course, that are played, but we don't really have that much info on these teams as of right now. But Golden, I think, is familiar, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, 100%. KWU played in the league last year as well, or I should say last semester in the spring semester, and they were a pretty solid team. They did extremely well. Golden was definitely one of the players that was rather influential throughout the season, but now they've got a little bit of mystery surrounding them. Some new players on the teams in EK Guy, and as well as bad news, and then obviously they've also got Viking, who is as well the captain of their Overwatch team, so nice to see a little bit of dual esports action there. But really the mystery should probably be in their opponents, because University of Wisconsin is not as a familiar face. They're going to have to adapt throughout the series and try and figure out what they're playing against. Tyrant, Tizzy, and Inimus, as I believe it is pronounced, I believe are the three main starters for this team. They've also got Sandy Scoff, as well as Novichok and Cows 1001, or I think 10,001, excuse me. But again, because there's such a large roster on the other side, there's a lot of mystery there. We're not exactly sure who's going to end up hitting the pitch today, and whoever we do see might be a little bit of a confusing team for KWU to deal with, because like we said, they've never been in the league before. They probably haven't had the chance to play them here. So week number 1 is already shrouded in mystery. We're only adding to that mystery, and I am so excited for it. Hyperia, we really do have a special game here today, and a special week as well. Week number 1 of the NECC, always such a fun time.
Oh, absolutely. They have so many rabbits they can pull out of does end up happening. Let's see. And going down the other end. The attempt to block it goes down to the side. And they're already getting off to a great start.
Good start here. It's going to be a little bit of a tentative back and forth, as it usually is in a best of 5. I like talking about this in the NECC. If you're familiar with my casting from last season, you've probably heard the spiel before, but game number 1 is usually a feeling out period. Both teams are going to play a little bit more patiently, try and develop these plays a little bit more slowly, because they don't want to make any glaring errors. That's a lot of how Rocket League goes down, is someone makes a defensive error on the back end and the other team capitalizes. So here in game number 1, we're trying to see a little bit of methodical play, but unfortunately with a miss off the backboard, Blue Gold really left themselves vulnerable, but KWU not quite able to punish yet. They do have a good offense building here, but 1 minute in, and we've already seen some great shots and great chances.
It's getting off to such a great start and going end to end. That's exactly what you like to see at Rocket League. This ball being passed back towards the center. Shot taken. Saved though. And you really see the diversity already coming through. They're attempting things. They're putting long boomers across the pitch just to test out the defense every single time.
So far here is just, oh my word, a little bit of stunting all here and there. Both teams just taking slow approaches like we said and just really trying to see where they can find the gaps in each of the defenses here. So far though, pretty solid. Neither team making much of a mistake, and uh-oh, that's a little bit of a double commitment here. Could this come back to bite KWU as they scramble on the back end? No such luck, as NECC is going to get at least a touch, but I don't know if this will continue the offense. Guy on the backhand, I imagine that they should be able to clear this out. No, again, confusion in the corner, and now KWU, despite having a pretty solid offense here, you can see their defense is a little bit shaky. But again, this is game number 1. Both teams have a little bit of time to warm up here. They're going to get stronger as the series continues, and we should see even more spectacular plays. But one thing we haven't seen so far is the first goal of this series. Wait a minute, could be speaking too soon. NECC is there. Shot on target. No, it's not. It's just barely off the post, and it will go out. What could have been the first goal of this series is unfortunately just a bit too inaccurate.
Of course, for us, this first week is nothing but excitement, nothing but wanting to see what is going on. But for them, it is a little bit scary. They do need to get used to playing on stream, especially teams that haven't been here last season. Obviously, Golden is used to this, but he misses the ball completely, or releases his teammate Golden there to pick it up, attempting to go down the other end. Is interrupted in the midfield. Ikigai now has an opportunity, flips past it, and Tizzy clears it away.
We're all the way out here, a booming one at that, but the question is can they try and continue the offense here? Bad News wants to do exactly that, immediately challenging the ball and keeping up this aggression, and KWU doing a good job here, like I said, on offense, but defense has been where there have been the most question marks. So far, they've been caught in the corner a couple of times, but luckily enough, it hasn't come back to bite them, because with 2 minutes remaining, we still have yet to see the first goal of this game. And Hyperia, we always talk about this. One of the other NECC casters, and Lars, loves to talk about that final 90-second period. That really is the most influential part of the game, and I have a feeling, considering we're getting down to that without a single goal, the first goal we see of this game might just be the last. It's going to be rather difficult for either one of these teams to find some extra momentum after that first goal, and again, the question really is, which team is going to be the first to strike?
I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be a very tight one-goal game. This could be the opener. It's a decent shot, but Golden jumps right in front of it. A good save out of him. Clears it out to the side, but I would not be surprised if next game, all of a sudden, everything kicks loose. Everyone starts feeling themselves. They start being warmed up, but Ikigai needs to be warmed up for this as well. Clears it wide. Tizzy back in defense. Not a lot of boost. Let's NECC take over. Gets to the corner. Ikigai pass it to the center. Bad News. Can he bring some bad news to the other side? But booms it to the backboard. But that will be all he does.
Again, we're still at that 0-0 mark. A little bit of time has passed, and still neither team really getting that much of a chance here. We've seen a couple of good chances, but overall only about 5 shots throughout this game, 3 to Blue Gold and 2 to KWU. So both teams playing very patiently. They do not want to overcommit. They do not want to leave their defense exposed, and as a result, they have just absolute brick walls on the back end on both sides. Uh-oh, but a little bit of a side flip there. This could leave them vulnerable. And a miss. Oh my word, just barely able to get back to that one. Thankfully, the rotations were able to save them, but Blue Gold with a very close call there, and possibly another one as Golden tries to go for a shot, but not quite able to do so. But this is what we were talking about. KWU with a very solid offense, and here they go. They're locking their opponents into their half. Can they find a goal before the end of regulation? They'll have to restart in their own half, but Golden on the ceiling, and Ikigai and Bad News both ready for this one. Bad wants to keep this one up. It's centered. Golden and Ikigai are both there. Can someone get a real shot? Not quite able to. This one will drop to the ground in the corner, and overtime we go in game number 1 here, Hyperia. 2 incredibly close teams. I can't wait to see what ends this drought.
Our first stream, or at least our first week with NECC here, and then we directly get an overtime. Golden with a big boomer. In this game in general, there have been so many big boomers. Golden once again passes it to Ikigai. Tyron will get in the way of that. Tizzy now has to rotate far post in a miss. That's a good interruption, and Tizzy thus is able to cut in rotation and go forward quickly. Good decision making out of the orange side, and can they actually get a shot on target from KWU? It's a decent attempt, but it will also be wide, and that's something I'm missing in this series in general. I'm missing the shooting, except for one right here, but NECC has a simple clear.
Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of shots on target right now. Again, we mentioned going into overtime, we only had 5 total shots. Now it's 5 shots to KW and 3 for Blue Gold. So still, only 8 shots in this game. Rather sparse all around, especially considering Ikigai hasn't had a shot. And oh my word, I was going to say that Inimus has the majority while Tizzy has 0. But my oh my, Inimus trying to just carry the offense there, both literally and physically. My oh my, are they doing quite something. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough though. We are about 75 seconds into overtime. And still, neither team has been able to find the back of the net here. And I don't want to say that's due to a complete lack of offense. It really does also feel like the defenses for both teams are very calm and collected and extremely prepared for what either side has to throw at them.
Yeah, they're so well put together on neither side. They're willing to crumble. They don't want to let anything show as a mistake right here. Opens up a gap in the defense, and Inimus breaks through, and this was bound to happen at some point. But Ikigai, I'm not too sure what he was planning to do with this pass, actually. It was a decent pass, but the communication not quite there, and Blue Gold take home game number 1.
And who else but Inimus to be the one to absolutely dominate there on offense. They had been the shot majority as well as also the save majority for Blue Gold there. 3 saves and 4 shots as well as the only goal of that series. Just absolutely an offensive monster as well as a defensive one. Again, we really do have to compliment the rotations here. This is a rather high-level lobby, but sometimes you can see players get into a lobby like this and they're feeling a little bit uneasy, a little bit unsure of themselves, and the nerves can get to them. However, here, it didn't really seem like this. Both teams, despite it being week number 1 here at the NECC, were very prepared, very calm and collected, and very ready for what they saw, which is why we saw such a good defense on both sides. So, Hyperia, I think we really are in for a treat here. This is going to be a very close series.
I absolutely hope so. It's at least a good start overtime, but let's see what this second game brings. Golden attempting to go down the other end, but Tizzy, and especially on the Blue Gold side, they have been very strong in keeping the ball away from the net, keeping danger away. But can they do that for much longer? Because they are pressing the issue more and more. Bad news off the crossbar. Inimus booms it wide. Golden should be able to catch that and try something once again. Inimus with a decent challenge. Somebody's up for a Tyrant for sure is Golden. Now can he go down the other end? Gets past one, but that will be all. Free space in the midfield though. Tries the hook shot. Inimus, purely his presence already shook Golden too much, and he gave the ball away.
And Inimus continuing to be this offensive monster. Just this player on the field right now that, like you said, commands a presence from everyone here. If they get a dribble, it's going to be a threatening one. We've seen a couple of air dribbles also do well for the team, but unfortunately, it's only game number 2 here, so they don't have a ton of a lead. And here come KWU trying to get an offense together, but unfortunately, the initial shot was off target. But can Bad News get something together here? No one to follow it up, though, unfortunately, in the corner. And this is looking like a freebie for Blue Gold if they can just get it out of their half, but some awkward touches. This might be an opportunity for KWU to keep the offense together, but not if Tizzy has anything to say about it. Diving into the offense here, and Blue Gold will get themselves another chance. If they can score early here, this would be huge for their momentum, Hyperia.
Absolutely, this is going to drop on straight down. Tizzy's up for it, but Golden nicely gets in the way, and he's been showing his name so many times already. 10 boost in the attack, uses it all for a pretty decent clear. Inimus not quite setting up the double tap, but does set up his teammate. Tyrant also misses the second tap, though. Now Golden, can he go quick on the transition? No boost left, but a 50 will be engaged with Tizzy. This one trickles on down to the center. Inimus with the challenge. This is going to bounce on target, I'm pretty sure. Bad News meets to make the save, and I'm sure that was a save that he was not expecting to be making, but he did have to do it. Otherwise, it would be Blue Gold once again leading by 1 goal.
They're not quite able to do so yet, but as you can see, Blue Gold starting to just lock their opponents into their half. They're doing a good job at starving out resources, and they are, I was going to say, doing a good job at keeping a midfield presence, but all of a sudden, counterattack, open net, but Inimus is able to get back. Those perfect rotations coming back to help out Blue Gold again, and I gotta say, sometimes you get further into the series, and as the pace picks up for the game, it starts to get a little bit sloppier. We're not seeing that at all here. We're seeing fantastic plays. KWU not quite successful with that one, but they truly are starting to link up. The rotations on both sides have been absolutely phenomenal. This is very impressive to see from what we said, again, is a really important series number 1 for the NECC.
Blue Gold, their defense is absolutely phenomenal. They've yet to concede a goal, and that is because they are good on rotation. We see Inimus right here rotating to the far post, thus Tizzy can actually go in safely, knowing that he has backup right behind him. Tyrant also at the far post, and they have got that locked down on the Blue Gold side. But now, maybe a good shot gets his way through. Tyrant still making the clear, and also that, even when rotation doesn't really matter, just clutch save making also on the card for Blue Gold.
They just look so solid right now. It even feels like when there's so much pressure from KWU, they do not back down. In a miss there, probably shouldn't have even tried to challenge, but knows they can get a touch and gets in the way. A little bit of nuisance play that we're seeing out of Blue Gold here is why it's so frustrating and so difficult for KWU to find themselves anything. Despite the fact that Blue Gold do not have a single shot here in this game, they still feel rather comfortable, and they might just get the first goal. Indeed, they will. Absolute body block as Tyrant clears the way. There's demo number 1, there's demo number 2, and it's a freebie for Inimus.
Well, I guess it fits the name, and on the side of KWU, they must be livid. I hope they have some stress balls laying around that they can squeeze with intense power, because they were on the attack pretty much the entire time, and then all of a sudden Blue Gold break away. Sure, that's one thing. Get 2 demos and then score. That is infuriating if you're in the attack the entire time and they're right back to it. They're also directly into the attack once again. Blue Gold, they need to hold on. Now, are they going to be able to do it though? No, this was bound to be happening as well. Ikigai breaks through and pulls it level.
And there we go. Finally, KWU, after a flurry of shots, 8 total throughout this game, find their first. And that's got to be a little bit heartbreaking for Blue Gold there. University of Wisconsin not going to be happy that they immediately give up the lead after taking it. And, well, they might be a little bit furious now. Let's see if that aggression can turn into an offense off the backboard. And Tizzy's got the follow-up. As soon as it gets back to a tie, it goes back to a lead for Blue Gold.
Blue Gold, they do not want to let up whatsoever. They got the lead and they want to keep it directly after kickoff, putting on the pressure and really putting the screws to KWU. They've got 53 seconds to try and come back in this game. Should be plenty of time, but it is incredibly hard against the strong Blue Gold defense. And almost this 50 going through. Tyrant, can he rip off a shot? He goes to the corner. Maybe he just wants to waste time a little bit here.
Trying to waste time. At this point, they just want to try and make KWU as uncomfortable as possible. Like we said, that nuisance play, they're just getting in the way of KWU finding solid shots here, and if they can do that for another 30 seconds, they will secure themselves game number 2, as well as the 2-game lead on the series, putting themselves on match point. And oh my word, they also want some more goals as well. Taking the 2-1 victory isn't enough. How about 3-1 Hytheria?
Tizzy getting busy with the bounce shot right here. Absolutely. Those are so awkward. If you shoot it with a bounce, they have to react as after they've shot, so you don't have that much time. You have to get up quite high. It is incredibly hard in KWU. I struggle to see a way for them to come back, and that's not due to their attacking capabilities. That's due to Blue Gold's defensive capabilities. Golden attempts a good double tap, but also that is blocked by Tyrant. All they're doing right now in Blue Gold is wasting time, and they have done that more than enough. This will end in a 3-1 unless they manage to keep it up. No, it will end in a 3-1, and Blue Gold find themselves up 2-0.
This is a rather impressive showing from Blue Gold here. The fact of the matter is they only took 5 shots throughout that game and managed 3 goals. 3 for 5 is an impressive percentage, especially against a team like KWU, who were just onslaughting shots after one after another. 9 total shots in that game, but only 1 goal to show for it. And unfortunately, that's starting to become the reality right now, as it seems like despite KWU having the overwhelming offensive pressure, they still can't seem to find those shots on target, Hytheria. And this is something we talk about a lot. If you're going to have this offensive pressure, eventually you need to make the other team feel uncomfortable, and I don't think that's something they're doing. They're not making Blue Gold look like they're uncomfortable on their back end, and as a result, they're making it rather difficult to find these openings. So I gotta hope that this one can change up, but for right now, we're gonna have to see. Game number 3 is gonna be rather influential, not only because of the fact that we need a change from KWU, but if KWU doesn't show that change, that's the end of the series.
Yep, that will be another sweep. We've only had sweeps, whether it's a straight-up sweep, whether it's a reverse one. So let's see what this one will end up at. Obviously, a reverse sweep can still happen. In KW, they have got the capability, but not if Tizzy opens up directly with a goal. Bad news clears it off to the side, but is this going to be good enough? They clear it even further, and bad news now. That boomer should be well enough for it to go out of defense and relieve some pressure. With KWU, what they're doing into the attack, they're ripping off a shot, and then that's it. Then they go back on defense, or at least then they pick it back up in the midfield and don't directly put on another shot. While Blue Gold, they are putting on an intense amount of pressure, not as often, but they're doing it very quickly in the transition.
Yeah, that's a big difference right now, is it feels like the transition play is just a little bit stronger for Blue Gold here. When they do get into offense, they are quick with it. They make sure to keep the pressure up and eventually try to find a nice enough offense here. Meanwhile, KWU, they're still looking a little bit hesitant, and if you're down by 2 games, I can understand playing a little bit more hesitantly. You really don't want to get punished off of silly mistakes, but at this point, you can't afford to drop the pace of play here. You need to keep up with the speed at which Blue Gold is playing, otherwise they're just going to dash on by you and surprise you out of nowhere. But so far, they have not done that. We're about a minute into this game and still the 0-0 scoreline. And again, game number 1 was a pretty even one. It was 0-0 until overtime, and then about over a minute of overtime was how it ended. So there's a chance that KWU could find that success here, but they need to be the ones to come out on top this time. Again, this is match point, for Blue Gold. They win this one, and it's the end of the series.
On the side of KWU, they are so deprived of a goal. Yes, they've gotten one, but they have so many opportunities and have been just short of one so many times now that surely they're feeling a little bit hungry, and that could end up costing them. Blue Gold with their strategy going on the counter-attack rather quickly. Tizzy into Inimus. This is the counter-attack I was talking about, but Inimus touched it forward just a little bit too far. Good block out of Golden to keep it in the attack in half. There's another player there, Ikigai, to extend into the corner, but then this is kind of what I mean. They're not putting on enough pressure. Never mind, let's scratch that for a second because Tizzy has to hurry back and clear it out.
Oh, I thought that was such a nice play. I saw the bump and I saw the rotation to where there could have been a follow-up shot, but again, KWU, they spent so much time in their opponent's half so far here, but that's the only real shot we have seen. They need to get something on target. It doesn't have to find the back of the net, but you just need to put those threatening shots there, and eventually it will make the defense uncomfortable. As it stands right now, Blue Gold seem to have an answer for every single attack that KWU are throwing at them, and it's making this game rather close, but also rather difficult for KWU, who have spent so much time now. I want to say they've probably spent the last minute and a half in their opponent's half. The only time they don't is when they do this. They restart in their own half, get ready for another offense, and look at that. They're already past midfield one more time. The question is can they find a goal from it this time? 2 minutes remaining here, High Furia, and despite KWU's best efforts, they still have yet to end this drought.
But maybe right here, this is a mistake out of the Blue Gold side. They did double commit for a ball. Now Tizzy has to pull that right once again. Ikigai missing the ball. That will allow Blue Gold the relief of pressure that they so desperately needed. All because of that one double commit. Inimus getting bumped up. Phenomenal bump by Bad News, bumping him off that aerial play. Tyrant leaping into the skies. Golden now to the center, Ikigai. And once again, it was a good pass to the center. The shot not coming through, and they needed to start placing shots on target. Bad News places one on target, but Tizzy has no trouble clearing that out. Golden once again to the back, but this is a not unfamiliar territory that we've been in. KWU just in the attack constantly, but Blue Gold potentially the breakaway all of a sudden to the center. Golden needs to get a touch, does indeed do so, and steers it clear of danger.
1 minute remaining, and we still have a tied ball game here. I can't believe this, High Fury. It really is like game number 1 all over again, but KWU, they don't want the same outcome. As we've mentioned many times before, this is possibly the last game of this series. It would be a huge win for Blue Gold in week number 1 to start off with a 3-0 sweep, and they are eyeing that up right now. Oh, but not if, Ikigai had anything to say about it. A huge opportunity to try and get the redirect, but no such luck, and then another chance on the redirect the other end as Inimus, misses that one, unfortunately. 30 seconds left, and it's going back and forth right now. We're starting to see an offense build out of Blue Gold, and that is terrifying for KWU. They need to use all of this offensive pressure in their favor, and oh my word, they almost just give up an easy goal. But to kind of further emphasize the point we've been talking about, KWU, despite, I would say, spending 4 minutes of this game in their opponent's half, only have 1 registered shot. Can they make it 2? No such luck. Bad News misses another redirect, and unfortunately, I think that's going to spell trouble as all of a sudden, oh wait, Blue Gold not able to start up an offense, but Golden missing a golden opportunity, and that could be the
no.
end of this one, because here
no.
come blue gold, the other red,
no.
shot off target,
no.
but Inimus can't slot it by. This one should most likely hit the ground, and yes, it will. Overtime we go for game number 3. This is make or break for KWU, Hyperia.
Absolutely. Not only for obviously this series, but just in general for their mental game. This would hurt if this was a sweep. I personally don't think it would be a not deserved one, but it would be a little bit of a sketchy one as this one gets boomed to the backboard. Tizzy missing the touch. Golden whips that one right back in, but Tizzy directly goes on the backboard. And here we see Ikigai and Bad News both posing up really far back, not really wanting to put out the final bit of aggression. KWU, I'm not too sure whether that is exactly the strategy that's going to pull you over the line. It's just not aggressive enough, but it's also not the strategy that Blue Gold are adapting, for example, who are a lot more defensive, constantly sitting back and then going on that counter-attack as this lands into the center. Golden looking for that counter-attack, but Tyrant quickly blocks it.
Oh, but here's another opportunity. Tizzy, though, not able to get there. Wait a minute. Golden's got an open net. Is this on target? I think it is. And KWU will take their first game. You mentioned they needed the counterattack, and they have delivered. Golden with a cherry pick out at midfield. And 1 minute into overtime, that will end this. KWU not only get their first game, but keep the series alive as well. They need a reverse sweep here, Hyperia, but they are finally starting to find success in offense.
Well, let's see whether we can continue in the sweeping fashion here today. KWU, they managed to pull one back, and this could be massive for the momentum. This usually is all a team needs. They just need that one victory to know that they can score goals, that they can actually start winning the games. And now I'm incredibly curious to see whether KW actually gain that confidence and start being a little bit more aggressive, because I think that's the place now that suits them, being a little bit more aggressive onto the attack and pressurizing the blue gold side.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is just keeping that aggression up. That midfield presence we saw at KW was extremely impressive. They really were not afraid to retreat back into their own half and then restart the offense there, because they would have someone hovering just past midfield, and it really was a good strategy for them. The unfortunate truth, though, was that they didn't really find any success from that strategy long term. It ended up being a cross-court shot that ended the game there, so they need to try and find a little bit more success if they're going to keep with this pressured offense. They need to just start putting shots on target. Like we said, despite what was multiple minutes of pressure there in the last game, they only ended with, I think, 3 shots. So they need to try and get a little bit more together here. And uh-oh, that's not really that together. That's a little bit of lack of cohesion. My oh my. Chaos scrambles out at midfield, and can Inimus take advantage? Double touch. No, the miss, but Tizzy can't get there either. Golden with the save, and out of nowhere, what was a huge chance for everyone on KWU, or excuse me, Blue Gold, is now out the window.
That blue goal, it was an incredibly hard shot for Inimus, and I do not blame him for whiffing it. Now he needs to step up on the defense. Missed the ball together. That was a must-hit, but Bad News expected the hit as well. And they get away with a little bit of something. Tizzy now chasing the ball down, but Ikigai is earlier to it. The boost is running low. You see KW stepping up the pressure, pressurizing the boost on the other end, stealing it away, making them struggle. Tizzy, you're going to struggle with this. It's not the greatest flick, so Tyrant has to take it out to the side for a little straw. Bad News. Ooh, if he had a little bit more boost, that would have been a good challenge, but now Tyrant was just that little bit quicker. Inimus to the backboard. You see attempts to Ikigai will get in the way of it. Blue Gold also on that side, they are stepping up.
They are stepping up for sure. This is definitely another incredible game, though. Both teams, my oh my, getting chances. Tizzy completely blocked on that chance, though, as their Bad News is up in the air and very prepared. And Golden, speaking of prepared, goes through the air with this one. Nice little touch, but can they continue? They not only can, but they can get a double commit out of Blue Gold. This could be huge. Off the ceiling, does someone have a shot? No, Golden denied by Tizzy. Another big chance for KWU, but they can't quite convert, and now they've got to suffer the wrath of the counterattack. Can Blue Gold take advantage with just under 3 minutes remaining? Not quite. Tizzy just off target with the double touch, excuse me. And once again, both sides now starting to trade blows. We have seen good chances for both offenses. The question still remains, who is going to be the first one to score? Could it be Inimus? This is high. No, it's not. It's off the bar and in, and with 2:40 remaining, Blue Gold will take the lead.
So many opportunity for Blue Gold where they got incredibly close to pressing that clip this play button, almost 2 incredible double taps, and then It's a relatively simple shot that finds its way into the back of the net, but hey, it's still a 1-0, and that is all that matters for the blue-gold side right now. Obviously, KWU want to bring it down to the other end. Bad News nicely gets it over perfectly, squeezes it through, and now squeezes it into the center. Inimus is there on the backboard, and that's also what they're doing so great on the side of blue gold. Their backboard defense is really intact. Tizzy with an early challenge shuts Bad News down. Golden, what can he do with this ball? Pinched it a little bit too far forward, thus Inimus can reach it and bring it down at the other end. Tizzy taking over, but engaged in a 50 of Bad News, and that will be the play over.
There we go. Another good midfield clear, though, from KWU. They are still trying to lock their opponents into their half, but unfortunately, they only have a single shot to show for it. Again, this is the unfortunate KWU strategy here, is they're good at locking their opponents into their half, but they can't find the goal. But my, oh my, do Blue Gold have an attack in this counter-attack. Tizzy just completely bombarding Bad News there. Clears the way for Tyrant, and 2-0 with 2 remaining.
So smart as well, because we see Bad News going into the corner, and you might ask, why would he go into the corner? Well, that's because Tizzy fakes out going for the boost, and then almost the kickoff goal happening right here, but they do manage to clear it out to the side. As Tizzy backflips into the ball. And this time Golden will get that corner boost over Tizzy. Bad News, they need to get a goal on the board very quickly, because KWU, they have not been in the best scoring form. It's a decent center, but Ikigai can't quite get the height that he needs for it. Now, in that final 90 seconds, this is not looking too swimmingly for the KWU side.
Like we said, that final 90 seconds really influential in the game, and 2 goals, it's possible in 90 seconds, but they basically need to score before the minute mark, and they can do that here. Golden down to Bad News. The 50, though, isn't on target, and Ikigai can't quite get the follow-up. Unfortunate, a huge opportunity for KWU, but now they have to try and survive the counterattack. Here come Blue Gold, and I fear if Blue Gold are able to score one more, I would say that the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire would absolutely take this series. The question is can they do so? Oh, but here comes the pressure the other way. Golden down to Bad News. Can they get the shot? No! I think Bad News backflipped, unfortunately. That would have been a great opportunity, but now the clock's a-ticking and time is a-wasting, unfortunately, as KWU aren't able to find the back of the net here. They still need 2. Can they find 1? Yes, they can! Bad News finds the back left of the net, and there is a chance now, Hyperia.
There is absolutely a chance. We almost saw a kickoff goal in this game itself, so it is possible. It's very hard, but at least you need a decent kickoff. Try and get possession. Let's see what KWU do, because they are the ones that need the comeback. They do manage to get it onto their side, but Tizzy chasing it down, cheating up, getting it into his hands. Bad News into the hands of Ikigai. Ikigai attempts to clear it further. Is that going to land on target? No, it will be passed to the center now by Ikigai. It's a good pass, but nobody there to try and capitalize. Golden once again pass it to the backboard. And why is Inimus still waiting there? He is a little bit aggressive for having to hold on. 13 seconds is all that it takes. Ikigai now to the backboard, skies it high. Tyrant missing the ball. Golden now with a shot near post. Inimus with the save. Now Inimus will surely just stay close to this ball, engage in a 50, and that will be game done. Bad News actually spots it out. Can he get the second touch? Tizzy now to the ground, and that will be Blue Gold taking home the win here, and with that, also the series.
Blue Gold take themselves a 3-1 victory here in week number 1 of the NECC, and what a huge win that is. A very well played match, and honestly, there's not much that I can criticize for Blue Gold there. A couple of risky plays here and there, but for the most part, they didn't get punished, and the reason they didn't get punished on those plays is because their rotations were so solid. Blue Gold doing a really good job of making sure that they can withstand the pressure on the back end and then immediately launch a threatening counterattack as soon as they break out. Really well played all around from Blue Gold. Really well played from Inimus. I have to highlight that player for not only really good offenses, but as well as the defense. That final save was fantastic, as well as the many other saves they made throughout the match. So very well done to Blue Gold overall. University of Wisconsin absolutely taking the win here in week number 1. KWU gonna have to try and recover next week, but again, close series. They still did look really, really good in Kansas Wesleyan Hyperia.
At least we broke the streak of sweeps the entire evening, or well, the entire evening, the 2 series before this. So I'm at least glad for that, and maybe that was just their purpose for this series. But I have to give credit to KWU as well. Their attack, it is exquisite, it is good, but they need to step up the aggression a little bit more. I would say press one player a little bit further forward and have that third player on the spot where the second player is. So you position yourself a little bit more aggressively, and that fits their play style just that tad a bit more. And then they'll be able to start scoring, and they'll be able to start pressing back on defense as well. KWU, they have got something good going, but they just need to iron it a little bit more. And that's what this first early season is for, right?
Yeah, that's what it is trying to figure out how you're going to play, try to understand the type of offense that you want to build. And I think that's what we saw right there was that KW, as they did get more comfortable, they did get more threatening. The unfortunate truth, though, is it came a little bit late into the series. Had they been able to adjust into that and get a little bit of momentum in games 2 or 3, I think they would have been fine. But again, game 3 came down to a nail biter. So it's one of these things where they never were able to quite grab hold of momentum, and it felt like Blue Gold were just a little bit more in favor throughout that series. And as a result, KW just kind of had to play from behind and try and find that offensive success. They did eventually, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough to carry them to a victory. So they'll have to be back next week to try again. But Iberia, that is not the end of this week for NECC Rocket League. We still have a ton of great action coming up for you guys here today, including you and I on the next match as well. It's going to be a Concordia, Wisconsin White versus the Highland Community College HCC, and it's going to be a battle and a half as we go down to the Navigators division, of the NECC, and it's going to be a blast to watch, but that's going to be after a quick little break. We're going to get a couple of things set up, and then as soon as we return, it will be our 4th matchup of the day. You guys are not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Week 1 for Rocket League. My name is Bass from the Past, and joined alongside me once again is the lovely Hypheria. And Hypheria, we are back with our second match of the day, but the fourth one here for Week 1 of the NECC Rocket League Season 1. It is Concordia, Wisconsin White versus Highland Community College, HCC versus CUW. This is going to be a battle and a half. I am rather excited as we move into the Navigators Division in the Cyan Conference. Like I said, I'm excited to get into our second match. How are you doing now that we get into it?
I'm incredibly excited, and honestly, one of the things I'm most excited about is the interesting facts of the Concordia players. And well, one of them is a reigning 3-point champion and a Frisbee fanatic. That's great, but honestly, they're all great. The most interesting one, and I kind of want proof of this, is the fact that he says he can eat a pizza in 28 seconds. Very specific, first of all. Second of all, it seems very odd. Either way, I want to see them do that.
I'd love to see Acre try and do that. And as you're mentioning, Concordia, Wisconsin White, we've got Two Dog Lucky, Sausage Llama, Zerm, and Acre. Acre, that one player who claims that he can eat a pizza in 28 seconds. Again, I'd love to just know the dimensions on that. Is that like a personal pie you take home? And also, how is that going to give you an advantage in Rocket League? I believe there's a connection there. I trust you 100%. But we're going to have to find out. On the other side, for Highland Community College, we have got Spoiled Bread, Farm Dragon 77, Turk TPA, and All-Star OP. All four players ready here today, as well as the other four on the other side. And this is going to be an interesting one, Hypheria. We don't have a lot of context here. These are not teams that we're actually as familiar with because it's all new rosters and it's players that we did not get to see in the last season here at the NECC in the spring. So we're kind of going into this one a little bit blind, which is always kind of fun as well. It gives a little bit extra oomph to every single play that we see because it'll just dazzle us no matter what. The surprises are in store, and we have got a great matchup. Early predictions here if you want to just kind of throw one out randomly. Do you have a side that you might think comes out on top? Any scorelines you just want to randomly predict maybe?
Is there any way that you can eat a pizza in 28 seconds and then also lose? I don't think so. I don't think that's a possibility in life. So at that point, you've just won in general. So I'm going to go with Concordia. They're going to take this victory. Based on what? Based on that, one of their players can eat a pizza in 28 seconds. That's literally it.
You know what? Acre has actually been the first one to hit the field here, so let's see if maybe that little bit of extra fuel they get from the 28-second pizza run helps them here in the game. We're going to have to find out. It is CUW versus Highland in game number 1 of this best of 5. This is, again, the Navigators division, a little bit lower than the last one that we had seen, but the action will be here nonetheless, and I can't wait to see, oh my word, what the first goal might be. Sausage Llama trying to get a little bit of a dunk to start this one off, and my oh my, would that have been a fantastic thing indeed.
With the Navigators division, it is the lowest division, so it could be a possibility that on one side, they're all at the highest mark of that rank as Turk TPA makes a good save, and then on the other side they kind of struggle. They are a little bit lower. But hey, as long as you participate, and that is absolutely lovely. And now Turk TPA is having trouble clearing it out. Acre hits it right into him. Now a shot comes through from Sausage Llama, and that will be snuck through, and that's a good opening for the Concordia side.
I was gonna say, it's a really nice pass back. I didn't initially see how nice that was, but it really was a good touch off the wall to set that one up. And already, as we can see, Concordia doing a good job here of just establishing themselves as an offensive presence. And this is something we saw in the last series and that we're probably going to see throughout here. If they can get offensive pressure, they can eventually, oh no, make the other team uncomfortable. But Acre, unfortunately, with a little bit of a backflip, will leave the team exposed. And now it's a chance for Highland to go the other way here. Turk on the side takes it away from Farm Dragon, but she will still be there on the ground. Can she get a shot, though? She gets at least a 50. Turk is there. Can they get something? No, Acre is too fast for the offense to handle. Gets there and gets the touch off the backboard, but unfortunately, they're not ready for the follow-up, and Farm Dragon will open up the scoreline for Highland.
Great positioning there and just beating out Sausage Llama, who slightly misflips. Great spot to get it into the back of the net, pulled it level directly. And HEC, they're showing themselves on the attacking end as well. I was a little bit afraid at the start. They did seem a tad awkward in that defensive end, but they are showing themselves right now. This one banging off the crossbar. Acre up for it, and he's been solid through the sky every single time. And also the third goal of this series is the one he converts.
And my, oh my, am I impressed by Acre so far here. It seems like this might be the offensive player for CUW here. If Concordia can use them to their best in their offense, it will be massive for this team. But they're only up by 1 right now. This is not enough, and as Farm Dragon gets a good clear out to the side, she, oh my word, will also launch the counterattack, or probably should have, but unfortunately, J Brown as well as Turk are a little bit hesitant on the back end here. They need to play a little bit more quickly. As we mentioned, Acre, a very fast player and very capable. If you hesitate for too long, all it's going to do is give more opportunities to Concordia, and they're going to try and do the best with them. Two Dog Lucky, excuse me, tries to slam that one home. No such success, but here we go. Another offense for Concordia, Hytheria.
Yeah, they're just continuously going at it, attempting, and at one point they're bound to break through. Not quite on this one, though. Will be off the crossbar and the post. Just tally that right on to the score of hitting the woodwork. Not going to be tallying that one to the regular score. Acre almost own goaling, and he needs to be careful. He's a really solid player, but stuff like that can absolutely cost them. And solid players, they can always be shut down by a good teamwork. But Two Dog Lucky, he's just a solid player in his own right, isn't he?
Oh my word, I don't know how you're going to shut this one down. Two Dog Lucky sees 2 defenders and just goes, all right, let me go around you both. J Brown and Farm Dragon just a little bit off target there, and well, Two Dog was not. 3-1 here with just about half the game remaining, and my oh my, have Concordia come out with a bang here in game number 1. They're showing their offensive prowess in droves at this point. The question is, can they survive on defense, though? Highland still haven't had that many opportunities in this game, only 1 registered shot, so once the Jets turn on Hytheria, we're really going to see what CUW, is made of. Well, that is if they ever do get an offense together here. Unfortunately, they're still struggling to get past this midfield line. Maybe Farm Dragon can make a good clear. Uh-oh, double commitment, though. And who else but Acre to punish? Flies through the air and puts in a 4th for Concordia.
Already on the side of CUW, they seem at the higher end of the navigated division. They are a scary opponent to go up against. And well, it's been quite a while since I've mentioned this, but I'll reiterate once again. It is better to go up against players like that in the first week. At least you go into this completely blank. Sure, already the first game you might already think this is going to be a tough one, but at least you had a confidence going into this. Now J Brown Games had a confidence going up for the aerial, slightly misses out on it though and wastes all his boost. Farm Dragon, it's a decent touch out to the side, but Two Dog Lucky can catch it right away, and they're starting to freestyle a little bit on CUW. Hello.
Oh, and can they get a goal? They can get the bump. Two Dog decides maybe it's a little too disrespectful to try and slam that one home. So let's see if I can set up a teammate and go for the bump instead. Uh-oh, but he's going to be more disrespectful on this one. Dribble sets up the teammate, but no such luck. That's a double commit actually out of CUW. If we can see a quick enough counterattack, maybe Highland can take advantage. Oh, but no such luck. Not able to get past the midfield line, and unfortunately they are back on defense once again. Able to make a couple of saves there are J Brown and Farm Dragon, but unfortunately the two of them don't seem to have that quick of a counterattack. J Brown does try to get a shot on, but instead it's Two Dog Lucky through the air, zooming through here, and puts in a 5th for CUW.
And let me, of course, it's 5-1. This comeback is going to be very, very difficult. So let me just highlight J Brown. He attempts the aerial spin and trying to do fancy things with his car. As of right now, it's not working out, let's be honest. It's not working out phenomenally. But exactly that, the fact that he's trying it, forcing himself to attempt it, will accelerate him so much quicker as Acre puts in the 6-1, even brings it further away. And I genuinely think that J Brown Gaming, or J Brown Games, at the end of the season, will be such a better player.
Oh yeah, 100%. The thing is that you don't get better by easy contests. The only way to go up is to fight through every single one of your opponents, and that's what we're going to see here today. Highland may not have come out with a strong start here, but hey, this is still only game number 1. There's a chance that they can turn this one around and find some success in the next couple of games, and they really do have to. Again, in a best of 5, if you do go down by 2 to start off, it is usually not going to bode well for the entirety of the outcome. So let's see if maybe they can turn this one around. With 40 seconds left, they can at least get another goal for the road that'll help out the team tremendously, not only for confidence, but as well as just a little bit of extra momentum in their side. Oh my word, but Aker is not really giving them that option all too easily. Tries to go for the pre-flip in front of the net, and while they do not find a goal from it, I thought we're going to find some midfield presence, but I think Aker and 2Dog actually collided. There's a chance now. Can someone from Highland find a goal? No, instead, 2Dog's going to take it the other way, dunk it past the last defender, and the Brazil is popped on the board.
The fancy Brazil, the 2014 meme from the World Cup. Brazil versus Germany has been reenacted on this field once again, and with 11 seconds left, it might not be changing whatsoever. This is seemingly a one-sided series. Now, is that because of HEC or is that because of CUW? I genuinely think, looking at CUW, they could just very well become #1 seed in this season. They look so incredibly solid, not let up any pressure, while also having their mechanics up to par. I genuinely, what can we bet something on it, Bass? That CUW by the end of the season will be top 2 seed.
Ooh, you're willing to make a bet right here, right now. We'll see. Maybe if we end up getting out to a NECC land, I can buy you a dinner or something if your prediction comes right. I'll give you that for sure. But for right now, we're going to have to see if they can just win this series first. A 7-1 is a very, very impressive start, but unfortunately, it is not going to guarantee them the win. So I think we're going to take a little bit of a break here, switch up some servers so that these players can feel a little bit more comfortable. Maybe that was some of the reason the Highland were a bit hesitant there, but I think hesitation aside, they're still going to need a little bit more when it comes to offense. I think they just need to up their pace of play overall, High Furia. It very much felt like while there were chances for Highland, it came a little bit too slowly. And methodical play is something I'm usually very, very praising of. I really do enjoy it a lot, but I don't think that's the way that you're going to beat against a team like CUW. If they're just dusting you in the air on repeat, it's time to start taking some risks. Maybe you don't necessarily get a good 50-50 every time, but you're putting it in the mind of your opponents that, hey, maybe we'll get contested in the air, maybe we won't get as clean of a path, and that can make them a little bit more uneasy. So for Highland right now, that's what they need to do. Start contesting everything you have against Concordia. Just kind of say, you know what, whatever. Throw what we've got against our opponents. Let's throw the kitchen sink. Let's throw every single utensil in the kitchen that we've got at them and hope that eventually it flusters them enough that they don't have as much offensive success. I think that's the key to victory for Highland right here, but we're going to have to find out, getting the server set up like we said for our next matchup, and then once we are in, it will be game number 2 of this best of 5, and like we also mentioned, High Furia, this is a very important one. If Highland lose this, CUW will be on match point, and the sweeps have been a pretty common theme here today. Whether it's a reverse sweep or a sweep itself, it definitely has been a rather common trend.
Unfortunately, so I'm obviously a big fan of Rocket League itself, so I want to see as much games as possible. But as you highlighted already, that sitting back style is not really going to work for HEC. We did see it in the previous series as well. Blue Gold, they did take a more defensive approach, but they were able to quickly transition that into the attack. Now, HEC, they had a few moments where they did break away, where they did have an opportunity to go down that other end and well, get a goal. They did get a goal on the board. So it's not as if HEC are completely looking at this, oh, this is over, this is done, we might as well leave. No, they did get a goal. And if they manage to step up on the defensive end, they could just compete here. But I do think that is going to be very, very difficult.
It's not going to be an easy task whatsoever here, but Highland, this is the chance to prove it here. If they can't get it done in game number 2, I will be a little bit worried for game number 3, but again, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. I'm going to hope for now that they can find the recovery in between games here, and again, that's a lot of what these little bit of breaks are. You get a second, have your coach come through, tell you a couple of tips about what they saw in the first game, and then maybe they can come back and try and play a little bit more aggressively in game 2 like we had recommended. You always got to hope that the players are going to be able to watch back these VODs, understand that what we're saying here on the cast is not necessarily to just criticize, but to help these teams improve. We really are trying to make sure that at the end of the day, these guys can understand where their minor errors are and improve upon those and become better players throughout the season. Like you said, Highland may have a rough start to the season, but the good thing is playing good competition makes you a better player, and by the end of this one, I have faith they will be a very strong team. But again, we're also still getting ahead of ourselves. A 7-1 in game number 1 is rather telling, but every once in a while, you see a series where all of a sudden it just flips out of nowhere, and maybe Highland come out with the Brazil in game number 2.
And how could that flip? Well, something that could happen, I already highlighted earlier. CUW, they're looking solid on the mechanical end. They did already start freestyling a little bit. They could just come into this, oh, Highland, yeah, you know what? We won game 1 7-1. We can easily just wipe them away and start freestyling from the get-go. Well, the thing is that they're probably not good enough mechanically and not consistent enough to pull that off consistently. So they will start conceding gold because of that, and then they'll all of a sudden have to step it up. So I could see CUW lose if they do end up going for that, but we will see in this second game. HEC, they have a task up ahead, and they're already going for a kickoff strat at CUW. Demo coming through, 2Dog Lucky, taking it to the skies, to the backboard. Can he get the second tap? Barely misses out on it, but this is a strong start.
Oh my word, CUW seem to have not missed a beat. Doesn't matter if there's a server change, doesn't matter if there's a minute break there. All they did was grab their waters and go right back to it. But right back to it as well as J Brown Games. You highlighted them earlier and with good reason. A phenomenal save to start, and oh no, it's not gonna be enough though. Despite Highland with a pretty solid defense here, the pressure was too much, and CUW will be the first to strike.
I think CUW is a very fitting name because I think they are indeed going to see the W. They are so incredibly strong. Well, that might just be the slogan for the rest of their season. They'll see plenty of W's, I'm sure, but first they do have to get through this one fully. Only 30 seconds in, nowhere near enough to call it already, as the J Brown Games especially wants to prove that it is not over yet.
Not quite yet here, only about 45 seconds in, and they are going to continue to try and fight back here. Highland want to find themselves a goal just to get some momentum, and tying up this game would be huge for them. They will cut off any momentum against their opponents, and I think they are really starting to recognize they need to up the pace here. They are just getting in the way of their opponents, and Farm Dragon doing exactly that. She's just a little bit of a nuisance play out in the corner, so 2Dog Lucky uncomfortable. Same with Acre. Where's that midfield player? J Brown finally does approach and locks all of CUW into their half, and this is a much better game overall right now, Hyperia. Highland may be down by 1 right now, but they look a lot more aggressive than game number 1.
They could have just been a little bit staggered by what was coming at them, and now they've had a little bit of time to readjust, to rethink how they should go into this matchup. Maybe even a tiny talk with somebody's big brother, Farm Dragon. That's a phenomenal save, though, off the line to prevent it going on 2-0. Farm Dragon, that's the wrong way. Passes it to the corner. Turk TPA still takes over. Allows Sausage Llama to creep on in there. Lands in front of the goal, but a pinch clear will come through. And HEC, they need to break out of the defense quickly.
Oh, they do exactly that. Do they actually get a shot on? No, not quite on target. Sausage Llama just a little bit too quick to get back there and prevents that goal altogether. And 2:55 remaining here. It's still 1-0 in favor of CUW, but we are definitely seeing more chances for the Highland side. HCC actually will find their first goal. J Brown just gets a nice angle out of the corner, and unfortunately, it's a bit too surprising for the defense. Sausage and Acre in the corner scramble to get there, and 2Dog Lucky will own goal, but they'll take it. HCC have gotten themselves on the board.
I think both 2Dog Lucky and Acre would have owned gold. Of course, Acre was in the play as well. Kind of got saved for the embarrassment from his teammate. Taking one for the team, he did for sure. Sausage Llama, that's also not the greatest pass. Farm Dragon, she will very much accept it, though. Allows it to take a shot, and 2Dog Lucky gets it close. Farm Dragon, Mirror League challenge. Turk CPA needs to get a challenge in there as well, and they're getting a little bit complacent on the side of CUW, and they're breaking through on the side of HEC. More and more shots are raining through, and they need to be careful because they only have 2 minutes left, and that could just be a 1-goal game.
Could be. With 2 minutes left, like you said, it really is close to that golden goal scenario, and the question is who comes out on top, and it's looking like it could be HCC here. They have a good offense starting to build, and Farm Dragon playing very patiently on the back end. They're going to try and get a double touch here. They do indeed, and J Brown is able to get to 50, but all that's done is leave Turk by themselves on the back end. Can they get the save? Yes, they can, and J Brown will get the clear. HCC moving at the speed of light this game, much faster than the last one, and it is helping them out tremendously. And specifically that player you highlighted earlier, J Brown, doing, no, a good job at holding down the defense, but unfortunately, when they aren't involved, it's a little bit of chaos here, and chaos in front of the net will lead to a CUW goal.
HCC struggling with their ABC for a second. their brain not working at full capacity in that moment. Another own goal gets in the back of the net, this time on the other end. J Brown Games once again spinning and twirling through the skies and gets it clear. Close to the ball, he stays. To the Lucky with a quick challenge. Sausage Slam also attempts it with Farm Dragon with 31 boost left in the tank. Will block it. And she misses the corner boost. Attempts to go back, but that boost is long gone. You say hasta la vista to it. You will not see that back, or at least not for 10 seconds. Two Dog Lucky will very much use that boost in double tap. Almost imminent, but that imminency is not guaranteed.
Oh my word, Farm Dragon really stepping up on defense there. She did a great job to get in the way, and now you're starting to see that they have multiple assets on the back end here. Whether it's J Brown or Farm Dragon, the defense from Highland have stepped up phenomenally. And speaking of which, J Brown with another save flying through the air here. And CUW, they've got quite something on their hands. With 45 seconds left, they do have a 1-goal lead, but they're going to have to try and hold on, or possibly slot in another Two Dog Lucky with the dagger in game number 2. This is a beautiful shot.
And the beautiful pass as well. Let's not forget that. Aker just whipping it up. I just realized something as well. Aker has 4 letters in the name, and the rest just has a massively long name. I don't know what it's got to do with anything going on in this series. Well, it is an interesting fact as Two Dog Lucky gets it to his own corner. Now with 30 seconds left, HEC are going to have to step up massively. Farm Dragon attempts it from distance from the edge of the box. Up for Ishi once again. Will drop it to the center. Turk not quite managing it. J Brown, let's see where he can pull up the angles. Almost gets it.
Oh my word. Again, this is a much better game for Highland, but unfortunately they still are missing a few too many shots here. At least they're starting to get the, oh my word, offense together. But unfortunately, they've still got to try and corral the offense of CUW. Beautiful pass out of Aker here. Recognizes his teammate on the other end and drops it down to Two Dog Lucky. 11 seconds left. And if they didn't have the game secured before, they have it now. 2-0 in favor of CUW as we walk out of this game. And this is going to be difficult. Despite Highland with much more success here in this game, they are still going to be down by 2 games, and their opponents will be on match point. Reverse sweep we've already seen once here today, High Furia. Do you think we're going to see it again in Highland? They really are going to have to pull out all the stops here.
They're going to have to become magicians in this quick little 1-minute intermission in between the games. Honestly, CUW, I think it's all in their hands. They do have the capabilities to just sweep Highland here. They are struggling on the side of Highland to keep up with the pressure that's coming at them. And CUW, I can only really see them give it away if they start freestyling too much, as we did see that from the start of this game. They started going for mechanical plays, failing, and then Highland broke away with an opportunity. They need to keep themselves in check and not think too easily of this game, because that is a downfall.
Yeah, that's the big thing here is that there's 2 different sides being played at this point. CUW need to think that they're not too in favor here. They need to play a little bit carefully, and Highland need to try and take the momentum from the last game and the little bit of increased pressure that they started to get and just run with it. I think Highland are starting to figure out what type of strategy they need here, though. I definitely think they're understanding where they're finding success and where it's not working out, and the success is definitely them contesting in the air, definitely getting faster, and just trying to put the pressure on their opponents. And you can see it's already working out. CUW would have been blazing after that ball if this were game number 1, but in this one, they're playing a little bit more patiently, and my oh my, Farm Dragon doing the same. She has been a defensive monster here. Her and J Brown Games have done a great job, and speaking of which, J Brown not able to step up there, but luckily Turk will get in the way. But despite the good defense to start, it is still a CUW offense, and if they can strike earlier here, High Furia, that would be massive for the team, but apparently they can't even stay out of their own half. A good 50-50, and J Brown will start the offense for Highland.
HEC, they're pressing the issue. They're getting onto the attack more and more, and well, we did see improvement in the second game, so what is them to stop it from being even further improved in the third game as Aker takes it down to the side? It was a decent shot, but they will leap to the save. Sausage Slam are not forcing it through. Farm Dragon once again in the way of it, not going to be able to reach that one, thus decides against it. Aker now once again the angle of the crossbar, and they're getting a little bit fortunate on the side of HEC, but hey, if that is what gets you the win, they will very much take it. Farm Dragon quickly to the ball, leaps it to the center. It's a decent pass, nobody there to come and collect. The attempt to pinch on the side of CUW, but J Brown Games catch it on the defensive end.
3 minutes and 40 seconds left here, and we still have yet to have a goal here in game number 3, but I might have jinxed it. 2Dog up for this one. So is Aker, but they miss. Huge opportunity for the counterattack. Can Highland take advantage? Farm Dragon tries to go for the 50, but instead it's just dished out to Turk, and it's not going to be on target. 2Dog stops the offense altogether and will launch a counterattack for CUW. But my oh my, Highland are starting to get more and more threatening attacks every time they move into their opponent's half. I fear ya. If they can take the lead here before halftime, I really do think they have a chance at starting this reverse sweep.
And I like Farm Dragon's decision there to not try and doink it up. She wasn't sure whether it was on target, so instead of wanting to score it and then end up missing it, she decides against it altogether, and that is the kind of plays that you do need, because the estimation can still be sometimes off. I really like that play. Now 2Dog lucky. Let's see whether he can tickle my fancy as well with a lovely play. Not as of right now though, but I'm sure CUW will have plenty of opportunities. One right here, but somehow there is some magnetic field on that crossbar that keeps on attracting the ball towards it from CUW.
Aker just a little bit too fancy with that one, and that could come back to bite the team here. CUW Concordia trying their best to hold on here and take the win in game 3, but first they've got to get past the defense, and while they couldn't do it the first time, how about the second? Despite a phenomenal save out of Jay Brown, it wasn't enough. 2Dog lucky, just too fast, and slots it into the top right.
Jay Brown got close to it though. He really got close to that second save as well. That is unfortunate for ACC. They do drop the first goal and maybe even a second one right after. 2Dog lucky. I'm sorry. Can we end the broadcast and arrest this man? Because I think he just pulled off a double homicide.
That was absolutely filthy. My oh my, breaking the axles of everyone on the back end there, and that might just secure them the game here. The goals have been far and few for Highland, and a 2-goal comeback for them is going to be rather difficult. But I do have to give some praise to Highland for the fact that they just look so much stronger here than the beginning of the series. It was clear that CUW were going to be the teams in favor going throughout this one, and while they still are the team in favor here, it is by a much slimmer margin than before. Highland have definitely stepped up, and unfortunately for HCC, while they have stepped up, it might not be enough, because with just about, oh no, 100 seconds left here, they are not only down by 2, they are now down by 3 off the back of an own goal.
That is an unfortunate one. And this is exactly why I like to play from Farm Dragon. This is obviously a little bit of a different instance, but you can't quite estimate it. You attempt the touch, you end up messing it up even further. You end up making it worse than it is, and now with 3-0, could get worse than it is, but it could also get better for HEC. Turk passing it to the center. Farm Dragon, she's up for it, but that attempt is not going to be good enough. Jay Brown gains far back in the defense. Turk sitting right underneath this play, wanting to run interference in that attack just a little bit, and I think that's a good decision. If they have all the space in the world, CUW, they'll be able to pull off something cool. They'll be able to pull off something amazing. But if you just intercept directly, whether somebody's going to intercept right here, that's what I mean. Jay Brown also the backward intercepting that double tap. And then if you don't have the ball, you can't score, right?
I mean, that's the big thing that we've been talking about here. This is really what started to get Highland back into the series, with just the nuisance play that they started. They just contested everything that they could, kept the pressure up, and made it much more uncomfortable for CUW. The unfortunate truth, though, is that, as we mentioned before, Rocket League is a very mental game. There's a lot of mentality that goes into success here in this game, and oh my word, Highland, once they did start to concede a couple of goals, you could tell they started getting more hesitant. They started getting a little bit second-guessing of themselves, and it didn't really work out in their favor. And oh my word, I thought it would actually come back to bite them one more time, but no such luck. Aker puts a shot just barely off target. And at this point, I gotta wonder if Aker is, I don't know, got some sort of deal with a post here. Is there some sort of like, hey, I hit it 5 times, I win a prize sort of thing? Because he has struggled, unfortunately, to find a goal into the back of the net here. Despite having 5 shots, only has 1 goal to show for it. Maybe they can build another one here with 15 seconds left, but they don't necessarily need it. No matter what, the outcome will be the same. Hyperia CUW are going to go on to sweep Highland Community College in 3. Very well played out of Concordia University, Wisconsin.
I'm pretty sure Aker can pick a prize from the top row with how many times he's hit the crossbar. And they do get the 3-0 sweep. Too lucky. I would have preferred if you do not score this for my satisfaction. Indeed, the final game that leads to the 3-0 ends in a 3-0 scoreline as well. CUW, from the get-go, they already seem poised to win. HCC, they pulled off something amazing, though. They tried their absolute hardest, and they showed massive improvement in one series. I really would like to see how they improve throughout the rest of the season.
Oh, yeah. I think that while this was a little bit of a shaky first week, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to have a shaky season. That's the best thing about getting into a league like the NECC is that you get chances to improve. A lot of these kids haven't necessarily had the ability to play against other competitive universities and esports programs. So now that they get the chance to, and now that they get even more experience if they had the chances before, it just means improvement. There is no way to get better by playing people who are worse than you. You can only get better by toughing it through those players who are stronger. And there were multiple of them on CUW there. So for Concordia, for Highland, I really do hope that they take this as a learning experience and that they recognize that while they did not necessarily find success here today, the little tips and tricks that they did find success during that match are going to lead them into success in the future. I wish them the best of luck, but unfortunately they are now 0-1, and CUW start off the season 1-0 with a 3-0 sweep. That is massive, not only for the momentum going into the season, but also the game differential here. 3-0 means you've got a couple of games that you can afford to lose, I fear. That is really, really good for their start.
They've definitely proven themselves on the pitch, but something that we already said at the start, I would still like Aker to send some proof over with a pizza in 28 seconds, because that's how we started this matchup. Now they've proven themselves on the pitch, prove your talk off the pitch as well. I'm way too invested in this. I realize that, but I think it's a very phenomenal fact. And if they are able to pull off such amazing things on the pitch already, ooh, I don't even want to know what they can do off the pitch. They pulled off a phenomenal series and get off to a great first week win.
Indeed, they do. The question is can they keep that momentum? But we're going to have to find out in the next week. And, well, Hyperia, you and I are going to have to find out about more NECC action in the future, because while there's still more games coming up for you lovely folks at home, that is the end for Hyperia and I for the night. 2 casts in a row, and they were both incredible games. But, my friend, all good things must come to an end. So you and I are going to say goodbye to this lovely audience and leave them in the capable hands of another pair of fantastic casters who you guys are just going to have to find out who it's going to be. Stick around. We're going to be right back. Quick little break, but when we return, we will have our 5th matchup of the night. It is going to be NTC White North Central Technical College versus Marian University. You are not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to more NECC Week 1 action. The kickoff is going well. These games are starting to fly, and I got to ask you folks, do you honestly remember the 21st night up September? Because right now, we are kicking off more and more games. We have NTC White, we have Marion University, and I am joined by the one, the only Staged, man. How you doing tonight?
You know, Foof, I was having a pretty rough night, and then I saw your glorious beaming face and that wonderful tie that matches my shirt.
What can
I gotta
say?
say, this was fated to happen. Just like this matchup is fated to happen, NTC White, Marion University in the Emergence League. There's no time to wait, though. We're gonna kick this one right off as it goes deep. And a beautiful shot right off the kickoff from Itsinky, putting that one up 1-0.
We can't even finish the opening preamble, can't get to the rosters. Uzi and Inky already collecting here. And week 1 kickoff, what's the best way to start at Stage than with a 6-second goal to start your season off?
I don't know if there is a better way, but I think that Marion College is definitely wanting to put a statement out there so far, and that's exactly what they're doing. Frosty up to Uzi, setting this one up, but a little bit of lackluster rotation there means that they're going to have to take that into the backfield. But still plenty of room to work as they put one shot a little bit wide of net.
Well, that was a big tennis there. Neon ready to get there, but that's all 3 players. Such a tight space. You need to be careful there. Inky throwing it off of this backboard. Neon trying to get the clear, but Uzi, that's a couple times we've seen Uzi just maybe a little bit too overzealous in the right position, thinking right. Inky, though, dunked on by Bullen to get the clear. Right now, a ton of pressure coming out. NTC White trying to get some of their own, but they cannot control this ball right now.
You know, I wonder how much of that is just the first game jitters. You know, this is possibly the first game they've got on stream with the NECC. Don't know much about their competitive background here, but NTC looking to start trying to put a little bit of pressure onto the net of Marion University. NTC still passing out to center, shot on target, but blocked away by Inky. Out to the corner now, a little bit of corner ball, and it looks like Marion is going to hand that one over, but not enough. All the way downfield for Marion, and taking that back to Uzi, up to Frosty, but intercepted by Bullen. Looks for the set in towards center, nobody home except for Nutmeg. Missing the shot, and a clear for Marion University.
I was about to say, Nutmeg's in the wrong goal for trying to save that one. He had a shot, but jumped way too early and just went over top of the ball. Right now, both of these teams are trading possessions, but really no one's holding on to it. You saw a very early kickoff by Marion, and you're like, maybe this is their season. They'll run away with this one. But now as the game has developed, both of these teams are just trading blows back and forth. No one really holding on to it. No one getting a true grasp, and no real passes out to the midfield.
They're trying to make these centering plays, but the problem is they don't really have anybody in position to receive those passes. It's a center ball to an open field, and when you've got that, you're going to have a big lapse in your offense. But here we go, one more opportunity for Marion University to put this downfield. Uzi off the corner, sets it infield. Who's he got to receive it? That's up to Frosty, but Inky is all the way back, ready to receive the clear as they're losing the momentum on this offense.
Just stalling once again on this yellow half. NTC White just trying to make more and more offense, and the pressure beginning to mount here, but there is nothing in control for them. They need to find some work, but the touches are not going. Nutmeg a little bit too overzealous. Neon as well, and now the ball just kind of sitting at midfield. Bullen just kind of collects his time, gets the touch with no boost. Staged, I mean, screw it. Why not take your time at that point? No way.
Oh, Nutmeg with
Take
a
your
tasty little
time.
flick out of the corner. Tasty little flick. Just goes ahead and puts some seasoning onto that one and a little bit of nutmeg for that shot.
I mean, Nutmeg, following the rules, slow and steady wins the race, and it gets the goal. Staged 1-1. That's how you tie it up. Speed and aggression is what got the first goal. Patience and calmness is what gets the second goal. Notches this back up. Game 1 tied, 1-1 Stage. Both of these teams wrestling back and forth.
With a double commit there on defense out of NTC, but this is kind of characteristic of their play so far. Beautiful save by Neon, getting that out of the net. Nutmeg off the corner, trying to clear it downfield, 50-50 off the side wall. NTC going to get the chance to clear, but it is direct into control of Marion if they can get up to this one. Frosty with the tap, looks for a second, out to open field. It's buying a little bit of time for the rest of Marion. NTC going to get the chance to clear that away. Nice backflip out of the goalie. Sends it up to Nutmeg. Flick past and saved by Frosty. NTC, a whole new team here on this third point.
Well, just kind of revitalized there after that goal, notching it back up, and they've had all the pressure. So once you equalize at stage, that pressure becomes so much more just effective against a team that was originally ahead. Now Uzi and company find themselves in a tough spot. Marion on the backboard, another double commit there, but it kind of works. Neon awkward at midfield, but so is Ink. Uzi missing it. Tactical whiffing coming out. Bull installing in midfield. Frosty throwing it off the backboard once again, but there is an NTC White Octane ready to make the play.
Nutmeg once more trying to get a little spicy with this, but losing control of it. Uzi sneaking past, but the barrage is not on target. Inky now off the sidewall, but out to Neon. Neon sets up the clear. Out to open field. Neon chasing this one down. Looks for a center, but Frosty is there to pick it up. Picks it up right to Bullen. 50-50, a miracle save there by Frosty to get it away, and it's out to Frosty on the sideboard, but he's demolished. Nutmeg going forward, looking for a play downfield to the corner, but Frosty is there on the respawn, and I think that we're really past the feeling out stage of this move.
Yeah, it's both these teams are just trying a lot of different things, and it's really just throwing science at the wall to see what sticks stage. There's been no real, grasp. I feel like this... Once a team settles down and plays their Rocket League, that's when you'll see one of these teams kind of take it out. And right now, NDC trying to grade something here. I like the pass from Nutmeg, but it's just a hair too far. No winner in regulation, so now we have to find one in overtime.
Golden goal opportunity. That's the way you don't want to start a series if you're either of these teams. You know, when I'm playing in a series, Uzi from downtown. Nutmeg there to stop it. But when I'm playing in a series like this, I like to get a decisive victory in the first game to really set the pace. If this is how the rest of the series goes, then this is going to be an absolute bruiser for both teams.
Well, both of these teams just trading possession. Now like the pass, Nutmeg climbing the ladder, but so was Frosty. The denial with the finger wag. Now Nutmeg trying to find the touch. He's got it down to Neon. Neon waiting for the soft touch, trying to bury it here. But the only thing he finds is that corner post. Ink ready to get that long, booming clear. And now we're starting to see a dump and chase beginning to mount. NDC White trying to find the touch. Ink off the backboard, but there is way too much defense up there.
Bullen taking this out of backfield. This is looking like a great opportunity for Marion University. Bullen not quite able to put that one away, though. Now, Frosty on the counterattack, out to Uzi. Inky off the sidewall, still looking for anyone to connect to, but this is all solo plays. And finally, a clear from Nutmeg, but Uzi is back there to receive the ball, digging it into their own corner, off the corner, out, and intercepted once more by NTC White.
Once more into the fray I go, Stage, because both of these teams just end up pushing it into the teeth of the defense. Finding one-on-twos is not a favorable way, and I'll be honest, it's not how you score goals. Both of these goals have come off of opportunistic plays, either being it off a kickoff or a bump leading to the pass. Ink now trying to find something, hit his teammate there. Uzi committing on the double. I don't know who was wrong there, but 2 cars, no goal, and that's so unfortunate if you're NTC White.
Absolutely unfortunate. You can't get away with any kind of plays like this when you start getting up this level. Even in the Emergence League, you do have to start finding ways of trusting your team, as that's what you gotta do. The pass to Inky, setting up the victory in Game 1 here for Marion University.
You know what? That was the whole reason, Stage. They were trying to push the ball forward. Instead, Fivehead used the back of the car, and obviously it'll go in. Ink buries it, a ridiculous angle coming off of the dish from Frosty. And, you know, that is both players having an assist on Marion. So that is a huge way for them to get involved, and that is a huge win to start this off.
It's like they're going forward in reverse. The little pass off the tail of the car is exactly what they needed. And honestly, I think that's even better of an idea because this is all about misdirection. Both these teams are kind of like sledgehammers. They're wrecking balls. They're trying to just bludgeon this all the way downfield in that dump and chase game that you're talking about. But maybe they need to be a little bit more finessey. Maybe they need to be the dagger or the rapier, you know, a little bit of a blade.
Well, the thing that comes to mind right now is every time one team throws a punch, it's immediately met in the air. And you just feel like both of these teams are truly equally matched in some of their strengths and weaknesses. And the thing we asked to see was, hey, let's see some infield passes. And immediately they start picking up. And that is how the final goal was scored. So you want to see what team is able to find that footing first and take that step to find a more offensive groove, find those rotations, look from 1 to 2 to 3, and keep that rotation on, keep the pressure, and find more shots.
The thing that I'm wondering about is how much that's going to come down to trust and how much of it is really just being able to commit to these passes that you're not sure about coming. But here we go. Kickoff again. Both players faking. Bullen, bullet onto target, but pinched away by Uzi. And now, Marion University trying to set this one downfield already. Nutmeg breaking this one away, but a really awkward touch. That's in towards their own net. Neon has to save it away off the back pass, and Frosty dishing it off, waterfall forward. Nutmeg there to break this one up. This is a chaotic start to this game, too.
I'm still in shock from the kickoff shenanigans that we saw there. I've rarely seen the double fake, but now Nutmeg with a big chance here. Frosty, though, Psionics, you stole the man's save. Give him his points, but Frosty now has it on the car. Bullen coming off of the back wall sideways to make that denial. A huge offensive play turned away by better defense.
This defense, though, needs to find a way of getting it downfield. Yeah, Marion kicking that one all the way into the side of NTC, looking for a pinch off the wall, but a little bit anemic on the shot. Now just waiting for it. Inky gets it around 1, looking for 2. Neon standing resolute and tall in the goal. Able to pick this one up, send it to the corner, taking a little bit of extra time, and Inky challenging that early. Frosty out and puts it in!
Ink with a beautiful dish there to find it, and it bounces so high, end up hitting the ceiling. Neon and Nutmeg are just in such a tough spot. Bullen already too far ahead, and Nutmeg trying to do what they can, but there is nothing to be found. And once again, finding themselves ahead 1-0 Marion.
Marion opening up with the advantage, managing to clutch it out in the very end of overtime. Let's see if they can keep this momentum going. It's not a lot of momentum, but anything helps break open this mental game. Taking off the sidewall, Frosty looking to pin it into the zone of NTC. Inky out to Uzi. Uzi taking that out, just barely whiffing though, a little bit zealous once more. And this is the opportunity for NTC to take it downfield off the sidewall. It's only Bullen to be seen. A challenge out from a teammate, but nothing there to pin that in. And Uzi's going to put it deep into the side of NTC now.
I feel like Uzi's just knocking on the door, and I want to see a player continue to push. He just looks so confident and just has not had that touch find its way, and I am just wondering, at what point will this dam finally break? And will Uzi score all the goals that he set himself up? He's now trying to find a touch here, but can't. Ink now off the backboard once again. Frosty, aggressive push here. There's no one in net, but Neon coming low and ends up making the read. Nutmeg had his back.
Absolutely phenomenal pickup there out of Nutmeg, taking the ball off the backboard and just a little tiny love tap to put it in.
I mean, it was Bullen who sets it all up. The mistouch there coming off the back of Uzi, setting up once again staged. I've seen this movie before, right before halftime, notching us back up to 1-1.
But this time it wasn't the kickoff goal. We've seen a little bit more of the aggression. We've seen a little bit more of the midfield control out of Marion University. The question is, can they keep this up? And they're playing it all the way off to their back wall as NTC trying to find any opportunity to break through this defense. Unfortunately, it's going to be all Marion all the time as they put it downfield. Nutmeg trying to return this one out, gets it out to Bullen. Dynamic duo for NTC. Now they're pushed back onto defense. Nutmeg letting that one roll by for a moment. A little bit of a clumsy touch. This is kind of just a midfield scrum from both teams. Looking for any opening. They might find it, but Inky going to leave that one open. Has to get a fadeaway save. Neon's there with Bullen, and it's still saved by Inky.
That's a big miscommunication there from Bullen and I believe Neon. The two get stopped right on top of each other. Both of them had a good angle. Both of them had momentum, but when you put two cars there, you don't know who's taking the shot. You don't know who wants to find the touch, and so nothing comes of it. Bullen, that's a dangerous touch, my friend. That's your own net, but somehow that gets saved. Now it's a 2-1-2, a mad dash back. Bullen trying to find a hunt, but Uzi dodges and makes a touch, standing tall at the edge of the defense.
This time we've got Neon taking it out past Uzi. Uzi once again getting really aggressive on that. Now it's out to Frosty looking to put the aggression on, but they're just playing corner ball back and forth. This is possession. This is controlling the boost, but they're going to be breaking out on the side of NTC. Now looking for their own set of corner ball over the center, but breaking away is Frosty. Manages to beat the offense. Bullen with the demo. Looking for a little more. That's trickling in towards net, but no credible threat out of that as Inky pummels it away. Nutmeg still looking to pummel the net, and there it is. Nutmeg, the offensive powerhouse for NTC.
You say it, but look at Neon just clearing the way, putting all the pressure on. Frosty has to jump early. Uzi caught on the wrong side there. Neon, it's so rare sometimes you have someone pushing for those bumps and demos that they get credited with the assist, but he had the pass and then has the wherewithal stage to go and headhunt and make that goal easier.
It's one of the best things that you get to see in these kind of team play environments. You can talk about passes all you want to. When it comes to the clearing demos, the screens, and the saves, that's what it's really all about. As Frosty picking up the save off of Inky, trying to send it downfield, but once again, NTC out there in this choking formation, trying to prevent anything, a bullet in, but not quite past Inky. Uzi taking out, trying to set up the rapid fire downfield, and this time Frosty's going to be the one leading the assault. That air dribble up again, he's already shown it to be deadly, but Nutmeg there to intercept that one, take it away, and out to the corner for Neon. Now Nutmeg once more sends it into the breach, all the way downfield. Neon's there for the screen, for the pickup, but not going to be able to turn this one into a goal. NTC doesn't need it as the clock ticks down. They're going to move this one into a tied series.
Notching it up 1-1 here, evening this whole thing out. And we're kind of back where we started. Neither team really in control, but holy cow. You look at the scoreboard. 7 shots from Marion, and they're all on Frosty. I mean, it is feed the beast, feed the beast, feed the beast. If he is on stage, they are on. If he is off, they got issues. And NTC slowed him down enough. It was 6-7, so the shot's technically in favor of Marion, but they have to find a way to spread that out.
Do you think that that's the kind of thing that you can rely on as a Rocket League team, kind of having a shooting superstar, so to speak, or even just like a one-position superstar? I'm kind of reminded of like in the old days when you had Gibbs, who was the full-time goalie. You remember those?
You got to miss the old full-time goalies. You're just sitting on the baseline, grabbing the boost and chilling around, right? It's the best time to play Rocket League. Get all the saves in the world. But, you know, sometimes if you find yourself in a team-oriented space, you can set up plays if you feel like you're good enough. And Frosty has tried to take a ton of advantage, and he had all the pressures. But NTC had all the answers. Neon trying to get all the goals in this game, but that one's denied by the post.
All right, Nutmeg out in the corner. Uzi once again starting the offense, but broken up by Bullen. Going to be looking for the center here. Broken up, and oh no, a bit of an unfortunate redirect as Bullen's going to take credit for a goal.
Well, Bullen puts it on. You see 2 players here rotating near post and one rotating into the middle. I think that's Uzi there. So such a dangerous play there. It's unfortunate to say the least, but NTC very opportunistic. Good things happen when you put the ball in front of the net, and that is exactly what happens there.
Ooh, bit of a tough situation there, but they're able to clear it out to the side there for NTC. NTC now going to have Nutmeg chasing up, but Uzi once again so aggressive, so fast in their play. Frosty out to the corner, takes this one out, no boost, but able to get it connection to Inky, and that is all the way downfield, but no conversion in this one. Neon, beautiful infield cut. Frosty has to race to pick that one up. Downfield once more, but Neon has the clear. We're back to that dump and chase volleyball style of play.
Just keep sending it, man. Open up the tennis match and try and make it a track meet is what both these teams want to do. But I want to see someone hold on to the ball, get some more controlled offense, find passes, set up second and third opportunities. This is a chance here, but there's a double commit staged. Ink and Frosty both go up off of the really interesting dish from Uzi, and there was nothing to collect. Now all 3 cars from Marion in this picture right now, and it's a dangerous push for them. If they get a big clear, they could be in trouble.
This is just a lot of really tightly clustered defense here from NTC. It feels overwhelming, but it was really hard to do anything with now, but they finally get the breakaway. Bullen chips it right over top. I say it's hard to do anything with, but they found a way of wedging right through that offense.
Well, as soon as you break through that line, there is nothing but free real estate ahead of you, and Bullen able to break free, and you said it, just puts a shot on, and that one perfect enough to sneak it past the last defender. Oh, Ink with a touch here, but Bullen getting a goal in one hand, a save in another, and keeping it a 2-goal lead for NTC White.
Looks like Marion was trying to replicate their Game 1 kickoff goal, but in this case, this is a fast rotation. This is NTC playing very, very tight with their rotations, and much more solid than we saw them play early in this series. NTC White now trying to put one more forward, the nail in the coffin perhaps of this game. But it's a little bit more difficult. Bullen gets demoed on the way up, but that is a big shot off the backboard. Inky able to send this one downfield and gets demolished again. NTC is playing vicious and looking to send everyone to the chop shop.
Well, right now, I mean, it's just Bullen's show. He gets it on the sidewall, throws that long arching clear. I mean, he has over double his teammates combined. You know, score is not always the big deal, but I mean, you ask, can one team ride a horse? And right now, that's exactly what NTC's doing. Nutmeg getting the save there. Uzi flipping it back up. But right now, NTC riding high, have a 2-goal lead. And Marion, they need to create something and need to create it now.
Marion trying to find any offense, but everything is getting stymied. It feels like the entire field is being suffocated by blue. The NTC players are everywhere.
Oh.
We can see them get that demo, but it's off towards the center of the field. Bullen getting it around, though, and once again, it's NTC on the attack.
All right, Stage, that's a new one. I'm going to put the ball around you, and then to add insult to injury for breaking your axles, I'm just going to kill you. Go sit in the screen, watch for 3 seconds, get back in the screen after that. Bullet, another one, headhunting. Looks like a free safety just on a mission right now. Physical plays coming out from NTC, and they are in control, they are in command, and I'll be honest, they look comfortable.
I'm telling you, Foof, this is NTC running a chop shop. All of the spare parts that are getting sent flying, they've got to be turning into the absolute war machine that NTC is bringing to bear this season. One shot from Nutmeg, not a lot of power behind it, but it's enough to make Frosty think twice. Neon trying to chase him out, trying to zone it out, but that's just a lot of side-to-side ball here from Marion. Nutmeg there, ready to control it, but a big downfield play from Inky. Is that on target? No. But that one might be just a little bit wide. Inky trying to get his own follow-up and not able to do anything with it.
Ink had a big touch there, just a bit high and then just a hair wide. He's getting it sighted in Stage, so, you know, better late than never. And maybe if they can find that feels-good goal here and try and notch it up before we get to half a minute left. But Bullen going for a third, but no Hattie to be found. Uzi, dangerous touch. He's leaving it in front of his net. Nutmeg putting pressure on Neo, climbing the ladder, but Ink beats him to it by a mile. Now it's a one-on-one, but Bullen is there again and again and again on this left side wall.
Bullen is so fast. It's basically the same speed that you get out of Uzi on the side of the Marion University, but Bullen is just consistently more on target, consistently more in the way. It's speed, precision, and positioning all in one. Nutmeg comes flying in to dunk that near the buzzer.
You want to talk about speed, you want to talk about precision, look at this, climbing the ladder, saving the boost of the pinnacle of the jump, and then pushing that octane down just to slam a little bit more into that and rub in a 3-0 win in game number 3.
This is absolutely terrifying. I'm looking at NTC. This is not the team I saw in game 1,
Neon?
and this is absolutely nutty to see.
Well, it's a big call and response. They had to answer Stage overtime in game 1. That is such a hard deficit for any team to come over, especially when it runs so long. You get into the highest of highs and some of the lowest of the lows when you get in those long overtime, folks. And it's a mental game at that point. And NTC has bounced back 2 in a row and on the verge of pushing Marion out of the way. Frosty had 2 shots. Uzi shotless. Inky with a pair. So a little bit more discrepancy, but we need to see more consistent offense coming out from Marion.
I definitely agree, and I think a lot of it's really going to come down to trying to take some of their speed and convert it into control. They're playing very fast. They're playing very loose. They're playing in this way. Excuse me. They're playing in this way that really feels like solo queue, where everything you do wants to be fast. It wants to be flashy. It wants to be precise. But you've got teammates here that you know where they're going to be. You've got comms. Let's see them do it here as Game 4 starts up.
Well, It is now really all on display for NDC White. They have the lead. They have a lot of momentum. The pressure is building against them, but Nutmeg denying that one once again. Just flying in front of that. This is a dangerous touch. Bullen able to bail his teammate out and now putting the counter pressure on. I'll be honest, an interesting scrum breaking out as both teams trading a little bit of corner pressure here to start us off.
There's a little bit of panic so far, but at the same time, if you get a single clear here for Marion, they have the resources, they have the boost. Unfortunately, Uzi not managing to get that clear that he needed, and now it's back into the side of Marion University once more. Uzi trying to wrap onto it. Instead, it's going to be Frosty. He's pummeling it downfield. Neon gets the pickup, and now it's Uzi ready to contest, but it's a bum touch off the sidewall. And that is no power, no clear. Frosty has to be the one who takes it up with the air dribble. That is threatening, that is dangerous, and what a save from the entire interior line.
It was a big-time save, and Ink tried to sneak that one past, but Booling was waiting for it all the way. I mean, just a great job of sniping that one. Now Frosty has it up in the air once again, trying to find the flip reset, but Nutmeg slamming the door shut once again. I mean, it has been an air show by Neon and Nutmeg in front of their own end. Bullen doing a lot of the rest. This time, though, Bullen's sent to the chop shop stage. A little bit of a counter aggression coming out from Frosty and company.
I think that's kind of what you got to do here. If you're going to get demoed, if you're going to face this aggressive play, just start sending it right back. Nutmeg taking it out of their own corner. Challenged by Inky, not able to get the touch on the player or the ball. This is just a runaway ball now, all the way into the side of Marion University. They finally get a little bit of opening. Downfield, Inky chasing after it. The entire team in retreat rotation. But a big clear off the wall, and this is once again dump and chase, volleyball, tennis match, whatever you want to call it. It's a matter of who rotates fastest.
It's who rotates fastest and who finds its way. About over 120 seconds of pass stage and no real control once again, though this time Nutmeg says, you know what, screw the finesse, screw the patience, I'm just gonna jam it into the corner and it's gonna go in whether you like it or not. There are two defenders there, and that is too few staged.
It's a game all about momentum, and this time I'm not talking about your mental game. I'm talking about just having the car go that much faster. Pummel it right through the defense. Neon looking for a little bit extra. Oh! He doesn't even need it. The botched save.
Bullen has the goals the game before. Now a pair of assists coming off of the unfortunate touch from Uzi. NTC. We'd gone 100 and I believe 40 seconds without a goal, and then within 5, we've got 2.
Absolute back-to-back plays here. This is NTC really showing their dominance. I'm going to be kind of concerned if they keep playing like this through the rest of the season, because this is a team that is waking up. They weren't playing like this game 1. If they just keep getting better and better and learning this fast, it's going to be very difficult to challenge them throughout the season.
I think both of these teams are going to have a lot of film to watch and a couple of things that they're going to want to finish. Ink trying to find something here, but another denial coming from NTC White. I mean, it is just true team defense. It feels like any car gets into almost the paint stage and the whole defense just gets sucked in to not allow those easy layups. Sink trying to find something here, but it goes off the backboard. Frosty finds the far post and notches one up.
Beautiful setup right there, just stretching that zone defense. Inky tapping it right there for Frosty. That's the coordination we needed to see. It's not the solo plays, it's not the solo queue speed. This is about recognizing with your team and getting those comms working for you. Now, let's see if we can do it one more time on Marion. They have to get it out of their own territory first, and Inky is bound and determined to do so. Line drive downfield returned by Bullen, and Uzi is up to keep that pressure on, giving a lot of room to Neon, though, who just gets this enormous volley almost to Nutmeg, but it is a missed connection.
Well, Bullen just sitting on the baseline, in control from here, and it's been their just bread and butter. They keep control, they keep the ball in front of them, and they make this Marion team come to them. They make Ink take all the shots. They make Frosty go for those long, arcing dribbles on the car because they just give them so much space and dare them to attack them. Bullen just trying to make something out of nothing here. Neon given so much space. He puts it high. An interesting touch there. You know he wants that one back.
Definitely. When you go, oh, hello! from
Tie ball game.
downtown. That's right off the sidewall. Airmail in from Inky.
I mean, you have to stop everything what you're saying because Ink sees a hole. Neon's there, but does not have enough momentum, as you wanted to speak about earlier, this time on the defensive side, to take that one all the way out. And now, as a good friend of mine says, we are notched up. It's deuces wild here in less than 60 seconds left in game number 4.
Really picking up some momentum here for the side of Marion University. Off the sidewall, Frosty not quite able to get the distance he needs, but Inky is there to back him up. Bullen, though, picks that one up off the side, out to Neon with an easy save, not too threatening of a shot. Frosty has the dribble, beaten by Bullen. Not able to get the second touch, though, and Neon has to pick that up off the goal line. Frosty breaks this one up. They need just one big shot for Marion, and it's not coming in yet, but that might be it! Oh, just barely short on the post. Now it's back to the track meet, 10 seconds remaining, and Uzi wants to set this up, and it's from the net! Oh, wow, what a save!
Bullen?
No!
Who else but Bullen? You know
Bullen, the
what?
playmaker of the series.
Stage, he has the assists, and then says, you know what? I'll put my stamp on this game and tuck this one away. Uzi loses control and you're in front of your net. I couldn't see your camera, but my hands were on my head. That's something you never want to see if you're a defensive player. The ball going in front of your net. Nutmeg actually going to try and collect here. A double tap. No. Ink denies this one. An NTC White win a thriller in 4.
Absolutely amazing, and I do believe that's only the second series we have had this evening on NECC that has not been some variety of sweep. NTC really just starting to learn. They took notes in game 1, and once they had the chance to just think about it for a moment, there is no coming back from the kind of momentum, the kind of firepower that this team had.
Well, I mean, it was just reading what your opponent's doing, making the adjustments, like you said, between the games, and then coming and executing on those cues. They said, hey, looks like Ink is the guy. We got to slow him down. And so it was huge on the availability to slow that pressure down from Marion. And that was the big thing. Once they stopped that offensive pressure, they created some of their own and created that midfield trap. That's where they slowly win that battle and get in a bigger and bigger lead.
All right, but you know, we do have plenty of action after this
Yes,
one. It's
sir.
not just these two teams. So after a quick break, we're going to be coming back to you with RSU Rocket League Blue and CUNE Blue. So stay tuned, stay fired up, and we will be back with you shortly. Well, we wish we had a time for an intro, but I don't know. I think this game is starting. Are we going to call it? Is this what's happening? My name's Grant CFO, and over here, this is Foof. What a crazy start we've already got to the NECC. Didn't have any time for an intro, so we'll have to just make it a little quick here. Rogers State University going up against Concordia University, Nebraska. It's hot. It's heated. Foof, I hope you're ready for it.
Well, I mean, 16 seconds in, and already both teams trading back and forth. You have CUNE bringing in Baba. Looks like Tay, CJ, and I believe that's Beaston as well. Then you look at Rogers State University. They have Benito, Gorilla Nuts, and Yeedicus. So a lot of fun names, a lot of fun players, and we see a Dominus, my first of the night. So it's finally a little bit of shake in the cars. There were 6 octanes on the pitch last game, Grant.
6 octanes, bro? That's a little outrageous. Look, okay, we need to be rocking the Fennec here, okay? Benito is our guy. The Fennec, it's what I use. Octane overrated. Benito shots underrated. Look at the laser down the field. It's now 1-0 for RSU.
I mean, it was just a pretty read, and it was, football terms, Grant, it was cover 2. Just throw it down the middle of the field. There was nothing but green space, and he put it in Big Sky Country. It's a quick goal for RSU.
Would you say it's free real estate, Foo? Because I know I certainly would. I absolutely would.
I said that last series. I had to get a new one for the moment, Grant. We'll get that back around.
I gotcha. We'll scrap that. Exactly. We'll get it on the crackback. Speaking of crackbacks, it's Yeedicus taking another one. A little awkward for Baba, but handled it a little bit well. Beaston clearing now. I love the pressure that we're seeing from Rogers State University so far. Being sure to hold this opponent team in Concordia University, Nebraska. They're making sure to hold them in their own half for as long as possible. Allows for these really long, sustained pressure from the team, and they might be able to capitalize on it here. Yep, it's wide open from a defensive mishap.
That was a dangerous touch there. Yeedicus putting the pressure on, and then Tay CJ unfortunately bounces off his own side, and Beaston tries to make the adjustment in the air, Grant, and you know how hard it is when you're going so fast to try and stall that car in the middle of the air, killing the momentum to get to that ball.
It certainly is. It's a very difficult thing to do. Once you're in the air, it is not so easy to get things done. But Benito says, when I am in the air, it is pretty easy for me on the goal line.
Baba?
Now, Baba, I cannot believe we have just witnessed something as spectacular as that. Does it get more spectacular? It almost did, but Yeedicus was there for the stop.
I mean, that was a way to start it off. Down 2 goals, looking like they were going to go down 3. Baba with a Herculean effort to dig this one out. Now it's up to Benito and everyone. Gorilla trying to find the soft touch there, but credited maybe with a save, but there would have been a defender there, so not giving up the points, Grant. You know, trying to keep the opposing MVPR down.
Definitely. Here we go with Gorilla Nuts with a banger shot. Baba was there for the stop. Yeedicus on a demo. Cannot capitalize. Tay CJ making sure to stand firm. Benito over and above. Tay can't quite reach it. Low on boost, but Baba's got the control. Instead, opts for the 50, allowing RSU to continue to go in with pressure. They need to keep this ball closer, but they'll keep the game closer. Still 2 goals to Rogers State University, and both unanswered. We need to see Concordia use that control to their advantage and start moving down the length of the field.
I mean, Grant, it's not even been 3 minutes past, and it's already 10 shots for Rogers State University. A ton of pressure coming back and forth. Both teams just swinging for the fences. Benito had the open space, put it just a hair right. Gorilla Nuts trying to find a touch. He's got one, but it's not favorable. Yeedicus has to play cleanup here, but there was nothing coming off of a very promising attack with Benito with a big 50. Now trying to stay on it here. That Fennec trying to do work, but no touch to be found. Once again, Tay CJ, you can't put it in front of your own net, but you know what? Screw it. You'll get bailed out by a teammate, and now Tay CJ with a long clear to shot, but it doesn't go in. Gorilla, that's your own net! Oh!
This is just a bizarre start to our night here. Not only do we just not have time for an intro, but we don't even have time to breathe because it's already high scoring. 2-1 off of an own goal. We take it. You know, that's what Concordia University, Nebraska, that's what they are saying right now. And we really got to shorten that down to CUNE at this point because it's a mouthful. We might be seeing a goal full, though. Yep, we will. It's so bizarre. I can't get over it, Foof.
Well, I mean, it's an awkward kickoff. Gorilla finds the touch. Beaston out of position, and that ball just floating. Baba, you can make the save when it's coming at you at 90 miles per hour and dig it out of your net, but this time it's slow and just sneaks right over him, giving the 2-goal lead back to RSU.
you know, sometimes you're just trying to squeeze in a quick dinner before the game. You're not even paying attention. Maybe he had a bowl of mac and cheese, you know, maybe it was something. Maybe he's like me, he's got a protein bar. Yep, somebody's sleeping right now and they need to wake up because 2 goals going unanswered that quickly is not good.
I mean, it's just coming in pairs right now for RSU. 2 earlier, give up the goal. 2 more to immediately answer. This time, Yeticus is the recipient of that pass. It is 4-1. RSU Blue flying firmly ahead.
What I do like is that Rogers State University is making sure to prove a point that the own goal was indeed a fluke. I mean, obviously, yes, it was. It just was unfortunate. But they're also adding on goals to their name, which is making them very credible. They're adding on bumps to their opponents, but Baba is going to get an easy save as it's read right to them. Yeticus to the corner. Can't get what they're looking for. It's out Baba. Maybe a pass, but Beeston's a little too far behind. Yeticus with a miss. Leaves it for Benito. Baba again has the control. Wanted to lift it, but had not enough strength. Beeston shot blocked by the wall. That is RSU. 45 seconds remain, and Concordia cannot find a reliable goal.
Get just over half a minute here. Benito once again past the defender, trying to use that little bit of boost, but Beeston standing tall. Defense won't win you games when you're down 3. Yeticus putting more pressure on. Another clear coming out. This time it's finally pushed out of this yellow half. Beeston in a one-on-one. Benito pushed out of the way. This is some physical play you want to see rising from CUNE, but still nothing has come of it. 20 seconds left on the clock. They want to find a feel-good goal before this goes away.
For sure. I mean, when you're not feeling good heading into the next series, that's momentum wasted. That's momentum that you don't have in your back pocket. You can't pull that out. That's not in your advantage. It is working everything against you. And this game is certainly over by now. They just have to let it rest. They let it play down, and they really, really need a breather right now, Foof.
Well, I mean, it's just full steam ahead. 14-4. I'm sorry, you heard me right. Folks, 14-4. Outshot by 10 singular shots. RSU, Rogers State University, put the pressure on and then never let off. Grant, I mean, CUNE, they were hemmed in. They didn't have boost. They didn't have possession. I'll be honest, they didn't have the win either.
They didn't. I mean, you talk about looking at good teams. Rogers State University is a good team, and you can tell by just how many people they're putting on the ball. They've always got a body on the ball, which just lets them play fast. A good team is probably going to be a fast one. RSU is both of those things. So we have to kind of counter this by making sure to control it when we have the space to work with. And if we have to play some boomer ball, if we need to play tennis, then we might need to start saving up our boost because CUNE might be lacking a little bit in that. The defensive whiffs also not helping on the goal line as Baba clears.
You got to be careful right now because CUNE, they just like to make it a track meet. They like to spread it out and just score goals all the time. Beeston, though, putting a shot on Gorilla is there, but there's no quick save. Beeston credited with a bicycle touch. That cleared it back out. Baba trying to find it, but Yeticus wins it instead. Beeston now, and here we go, Grant, into a little bit of tennis matches. Both teams just trying to find the clears and slow this ball down as it's beginning to ricochet from half to half.
And it was also beginning to see some Concordia pressure for once. They were kind of keeping this Rogers University team in their own half for once. If they can continue on that and not cower in the net like this right here, that's why we need to see them push for that.
Well, I mean, that is an incredible angle, only to be finished with an even better touch off of the post. A beautiful touch there from Gorilla, and just a better way to start off game 2. Get your team back out in front.
Oh, goodness. It's unfortunate that it has to go like that. But again, somebody's caught sleeping this time. It's CUNE as they make their push out of the defensive half if they can. If anybody's got a touch on it, these rotations taking longer. The ball side on the way back. Baba looking to pass middle, might just take it for their own. No, goes for the demo instead. Maybe they're hearing me, trying to create some disruption and create that space for themselves in a not so natural or organic way. No way! Foof, you can just read my mind here on this one.
Well, this would have been the second Gorilla bump that didn't come to a goal if he didn't get it, because the first one, Benito shot it wide right. This time it comes off of the Finnick and goes right once again. But Gorilla said, "No, what? I'm putting it in the middle of the net so we can't miss it." It's a 2-0 lead once again for RSU, and Yeticus not done and not satisfied, trying to extend it here.
I'm telling you, the Fennec, it's a beast of a vehicle. You gotta rock it all the time. Gorilla Nuts, though, they are absolutely insane. Look at the precision. Look at the speed as they get up to this. The pop, the just realization that I can get to this, but then the execution afterwards, pinpoint accuracy.
Speed, power, precision. That is all of the boxes checked, and it's a 3-0 lead. Not even a minute and a half into this game. RSU feeling firmly in control. They are confident, they're in control, and they are really just in command right now. They're just making any and all the plays that they want at will.
And you notice here, CJ taking it back into their own half, wants to keep possession, but Rogers is like, okay, wherever this goes, we're going to get our hands on it, and so does Benito. What's that? Is that the hat trick yet? Are we there yet?
Are we there yet? No, it's 2 players sitting at 2. It's a race to the hat trick, Grant. And 6 shots in total here for RSU, and only a single one out of CUNE. You got to be careful here, getting further and further behind. And I'll be honest, RSU, they're doing the right thing. They are not slowing down. If anything, they're starting to pick it up because they're reading more. Yeetic is setting himself up, knocking him down. It's 5-0.
Well, Yeetikis gets there first here, if I'm not mistaken. A simple overcommit from the defense allows them to take it all the way through. They get demoed, it doesn't even matter. 3 minutes on the board, and it has just been in Rogers State University's hands and their command for the entire night so far.
Well, RSU just kind of running away with this game number 2 right now. Up 5, up really just big, not even at halftime, and it's all up to them. Do they want to continue milking the clock? They want to start continuing looking for more pressure because they're doing such a good job of just, hey, we respect you as our opponent. We're going to continue putting our best on the pitch and continue trying to push you and to be better. And this is Gorilla putting another shot on. This one goes far and out instead. Yeetikis, though, with the cleanup, a touch coming through, but Baba able to slow that one down.
We're starting to see CUNE as well get some more quickness going on their defense. We've kind of pointed them out being a little slow to the attack, but now they're on for offense. The defense is looking good, but if they could just find an inch below the woodwork, they'd be able to find that first goal. Still struggling as it's sent deep into their own territory once more. CJ around the corner. Baba looking to throw all the way downfield, cut by Benito. That's that midfield presence we're talking about. It's so valuable to have control over that if you want the offensive opportunities to come your way. You've seen that struggle for power in Concordia right now.
Well, Yeetikis and company still on the attack, still on the pressure, and doing such a good job of just making it a midfield trap at this point, Grant. They're sitting back. They have 1 or 2 cars just waiting on that midway point and just trusting each other, calming very well, and just milking this clock for all it's worth. They put on a showcase right now in game number 2 of offense, and now they're showing that they can play some controlled and calm Rocket League to just start milking the clock and just not allow any offensive opportunities.
Baba up to the skies looking for that first goal. Beaston couldn't get the read on the other end. Benito flick over one. It looks like a free net, and it certainly is. 6 goals to dominate from Benito and RSU.
Well, Benito credited there, gets his hat trick, and it's 3-2-1 for RSU. Benito 3, Gorilla 2, and Yeetikis 1. Everybody eats, Grant. And, I mean, I'll be honest, you said it. It was a miss off of the shot there. That means there was 2 players committed for CUNE. They're doing it right. When you miss that touch in the goalie box, there's only 1 person left to defend, and unfortunately, that one got beat.
Unfortunately, Beaston again throwing downfield. It's a look of desperation right now. They just want 1 goal. But RSU, they're not having any of it. They won't let this happen. They're not going to concede anything. They're going to keep giving them their best. As you were saying, crossbar down Gorilla Nuts, I believe, has their hat trick.
Gorilla, what did the post do to you? Because, man, you are just abusing this poor thing. It has been shot after shot after shot, just ramming off of that goalpost. A beautiful job there, using it again. And that is such a hard read when you're underneath that goalpost. And right now, they are just perfect.
They really are. I don't think they've conceded any genuine attacks yet from Concordia. Their defense is so strong. Despite what is thrown at the wall, nothing is sticking. And in fact, I think it's a whole anti-glue situation going on. I don't know what kind of concoction Rogers State University has, but hey, some people here, like I know Benito is studying medical molecular biology. I don't know if that entails this weird concoction, but if it does, I want to know the formula so I can keep the offense out of my net.
I mean, right now, it's just firmly just knowing where the ball is going to be. A lot of game awareness because they are doing everything right. They're trying to find these smart challenges to keep the ball out of that. This time, though, Gorilla overzealous, and that's the one. A trip to South America with only 1 second left. Brazil popping up 7-1. Baba and company will not be shut out.
Heck yeah, booked my ticket to South America. I'm down for a little beach trip, a little bit warmer weather as it starts to get cold over here in the Midwest. I saw leaves falling off of trees, but I've more so seen a lot of shots raining from the heavens for Rogers State University. They take game 2 confidently as they did game 1, and they're looking for a 3-0.
Well, Grant, the big thing I always look in teams as a series starts to build is, do you get better from game to game? Do you try and take a step? And that's exactly what RSU did. They took less shots, but they took a little bit better shots. They took more controlled pace, and they did not allow CUNE to get any pressure until the end of that game. And then we flipped the script to CUNE. They had very few saves last time, folks. And so they did a good job stepping up on defense. They just have to find a way to get off their own end.
They really do. I mean, the one thing that I'm looking for is to meet those challenges, meet the offense as they're coming in, because they've been slow. They kind of had it for a little bit, but as soon as they got, overridden and over-attacked, they just they slowed down again, and they gave up because they got scored on once. It seems like a matter of discouragement, which, hey, I don't blame them. I was just practicing earlier today. We got stomped in ranked. It was not a fun experience, right? So no blame, no harm, no foul, right? They just need to pick up the pace a little bit. If they need to play fast for the sake of playing fast, just to feel what that feels like, then commit that cardinal sin. That's what I would say.
So you heard it here first, folks. Grant says send it. But right now, Benito and company once again setting themselves back up. RSU in control. Baba, though, with a very good pinch. Caught Utica sleeping, so he has to backflip into this. Oh, eat over one, but denied there. Beeston with a quick turn. A one-on-one breaking out. Benito has to make the save and does.
I love what we're seeing from the defense. RSU, such a well-rounded team, but finally we see the first lead cracking in for Concordia. Benito, you never want to center from the sidewall because you never know what lurks around the corner. It's 1-0 Concordia.
That actually came off of the dunk from Tay CJ. You asked for CUNE to step up and force these challenges, and that's exactly what happened right there, Grant. They maybe have the stream on, maybe trying to get something going here. Now TJ trying to make something more. Nothing coming from this time. Benito 50 hard. Gorilla Nuts demoing one, but the ball is stagnated at midfield. I think CUNE takes that as a win.
I think they would as well. Gorilla Nuts from the corner looking for a bump on the back end, but Baba was quick to avoid. Can't find their second. Out to midfield, beat out. Benito's there. Tay CJ looking to contain. It's Baba up. Really difficult read. Free net, and Yeedikis equalizes.
I mean, Tay CJ trying to do what he can, but he gets beat by Benito. Benito says, "You'll get me, but I'll get you, sir." And Yeedikis, so many times you see the Dominus flick, and you're just like, oh, it's all power. That car is just full sin, but the finesse on display there, using that undercarriage just so softly to bury that one.
Yeedikis to the right wall, looking for another. Tay CJ, they're starting to meet those challenges really well. Baba couldn't capitalize. Tay CJ looking middle one more time. Has Beaston, can't capitalize. Baba around the back, took it slow, almost got by everyone, but Benito with the clutch save, still pressure rolling. Yeedikis clearing out. Gorilla has the time to control, and this is what we've seen the lack of so far from CUNE, but they really have picked up the pace, looking to throw everything they have and the kitchen sink, but we are still 1-1.
Well, notched up evenly, and this is one of the first times you've seen RSU be hemmed in. All the cars are so tight right now, but this time Benito was given so much room. They dared him, Grant, to go near post, and he just couldn't get it off of that Finnick. It was stuck to the car. Now Tay, CJ, and company putting the pressure back on. They are pushing RSU back in their spot, but this time he's beat the long roller back towards the CUNE side.
We've seen signs of life from Concordia, but they gotta hold on. It's not over yet. Avoiding bumps. Baba all the way down. Oh my, just kidding. No avoiding of bumps here. Big demo, but it's a laser off the post. Thank goodness the woodwork was there to save the day. Benito, middle again. Beastin with the side wall clear. TCJ can't get what they're looking for. Third man pushed up, but they've got the time to roll it out to the corner. This is where it's time to control. Baba knows it, got it middle. Benito shot, and it's wide, allowing that breathing room to come back. But it's only a matter of time before someone breaks through. Middle again, cleared out.
Well, another 50 here standing tall. RSU, they will not be kept at bay for long, and now they're starting to lean forward, Grant. They're starting to find more Yeetikis, though. Met in the challenge by Baba. That's something you really like to see if you're a CUNE fan. They are answering the call. They have hemmed in the shots and only allowed 4 to their 3. This is so much more manageable, but it's still a 1-1 game. And it really feels like RSU can score at will, so I want to see CUNE find another lead to get this one back.
I think at this point as well, CUNE has been playing their own game instead of waiting for somebody to throw something at them, and it's working really well for them. It's conserve your boost and make sure that you're the one initiating the challenges. Make them come to you instead of vice versa. It's working so far, but Benito wants to turn the tables. Flip reset, no. Back foot instead. Baba, ooh, it's getting risky. Watch out for each other. CUN, here's Baba. Off to the sidewall once more. Left side met by Benito. Middle, TCJ upfield. Baba on the redirect. What a touch indeed, Baba.
CJ and Benito, name a deadlier combo for this game having goals scored. They continue, Grant, to fight for positioning, jostling back and forth. One pushes it, the other finds a pass to their teammate. Another goal ringing for CUNE, and this is the answer that they needed with just under a minute left.
Well, I can tell you that Baba is a major in education, and they have educated us on how to hit those redirects, man. 45 seconds left. Yeetikis can't meet it, but this is Concordia holding that second lead that they've had all night, and they just need to hold on. Whiffs coming out, signs of weakness, slowing down from Rogers State University, but maybe not. Gorilla, their shot's gonna go high. TCJ off to the side. Benito's there, back in, double committed behind. It's tied back up just like that.
Deuces wild, and look who it is, Grant. A touch off of TCJ. Benito finding it. I swear, these are the only 2 players that can touch when a ball is scored. This is insanity, folks. Notched back up. CUNE taking the most of their opportunities. 2 out of their 4 shots have gone in. It is truly quality over quantity, where RSU, they continue just to pelt the backboard and try and force these opportunities.
You know, I can tell you that Benito sounds like a bean you'd make coffee from, and they certainly are energized off the demo. Creating that space, finds a pass, cut off. There's TCJ. Yeetikis upfield, blocked again. Beastin meeting those challenges, and it's going to force overtime. Concordia need to hang on, but we are in golden goal territory.
Now a big thing arises. RSU trying to put the finishing touches on a little bit of a sweep here. CUNE trying to play spoiler and get some feeling good here and get themselves back in this one. TCJ with a chance, but ends up pushing it off to the right. Now a pass up to Beastin. Beastin wins it, but it's beautifully read. Just enough of that blue car made contact. It pushed it out in the way. The demo coming through. Benito headhunting here, but so is Baba. That slows it down, but that's still going towards his net. Yeetikis can't find it either. A big-time fault there as it hits the post.
Rogers State University is starting to experience some turbulence. Traffic control says get a little higher. The altitude is starting to suffer. They're not meeting these challenges at the highest of heights. Now we see double commits happening. They're not getting those touches that they would love to have. Yeetikis has to make up for this. Pinch downfield, met by CJ over the head of Yeetikis again. Low on boost. Perhaps they get their hands on some as Gorilla Nuts gearing up for the next attack. Misses the pass middle. Benito has to recover. Yeetikis all alone to control it. Baba can't get what they're looking for. They can't send it middle. Oh, the 50 over the top. The dunk almost made it through, but Benito racing down the other side. 2 to beat. Got by 1. Flicks middle for the other one more. Yeetikis can't get it, and Baba again credited with a clutch save.
You say more Yidikis, but it's more Baba once again on that back half, standing tall for CUNE. That has been the player that has stepped up the most. ACJ and Beeson being brought along, they have done a lot as well, but that has been the big reason why this game's notched up. Now Gorilla trying to find the touch. That's off the backboard, but TCJ gets a touch. Baba has to find the clear. Wow. That is just enough for now. The ball still stagnating on this yellow side. Yidikis puts it on that Dominus, throwing it so high and so fast, but Beeson able to read it and get it to his teammate Baba.
Baba as well, looking midfield and looking good. Got the demo. That space open. TCJ, though, wanted to look for the sidewall. They might want to be thanking themselves that that one did not go midfield, because that would have been a deadly attack from Rogers State. That's a deadly whiff, though. Still teetering. Benito finishes, and that's a 3-0 for Rogers State University.
Rogers State University. I mean, I'll be honest, I expected this one to be over a lot quicker, but CUNE shows a lot of fight here in game number 3, putting it all the way into overtime in a 2-minute and 14-second thriller. Benito has to climb the ladder and find a ridiculous angle to do so.
I think this is certainly one to go in the books for Concordia. You know, despite not playing too well, they showed that they could compete at the end. Just one tiny mistake, one small whiff, and that's what caused this game to not go in their favor. I really want to emphasize how small that mistake was. It's not that big of a deal. I thought that if Concordia could have gotten that one, we could have gone the whole distance, potential reverse sweep territory.
I mean, the only thing that really hurts me is, once again, RSU. Once they get back into the rhythm, that is 12-5 shots. It is not sustainable, Grant. CUNE does such a good job of making good on their opportunities. They had 2 goals on 4 shots at one point, which is huge. But if you don't allow yourselves to get out of your own half and continue to get hemmed in, it makes it so hard to play the game in Rocket League.
It does make it so hard. And there were a lot of things that were just very difficult to match with this Rogers State University team. This is a strong team going forward in the Navigators Cyan division. So teams, be on the lookout, because this isn't going to be some easy rodeo. No, it's going to be tough.
No, sir.
Mm-mm.
Well, Grant, here we are beginning to get the precipice of the night. We have another match lined up as well. So we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll be coming back after that.
Welcome back to the NECC. I hope you haven't run out of energy because we've had a lot of games tonight, but the action is not over yet.
One more.
I am staged and I am joined by the man of the hour, Foof, as we bring to you Sacramento State Gold and the University of British Columbia, Okanagan. How you doing,
Well,
Foof?
I'm doing great. We have the final game of the night staged, and we've had so much set before us unstaged, I hate to say it, on such a big stage here, and it has allowed everyone to come and put their best foot forward here on this kickoff weekend because that is so important to get this early season tilt, get it rolling, and start early. So that's what both of these teams want to do. Find that week 1 win and start hot.
Yeah, do you think that the momentum, do you think that like having that hot start is important for these teams to be able to take a season, or do you think that it's kind of like all warm up? It doesn't make a difference until you get to the late season, the playoffs. What's your take on that?
Well, if you ask the teams that have a worse start, they'll say, oh, it doesn't matter when you get hot if you're hot at the right times. If you ask the teams that get hot at the beginning, you're like, oh, yeah, we're really good. That's what we want to do. And it's momentum is a huge thing. It's a mental thing. And if you are positive and you feel good about yourselves going into games, then you have such a big chance of winning it. And so it's going to be huge here. Both of these teams loaded in, and I'm excited to see who can start us off.
I want to see where this momentum is going to go, and it already is looking good for UBCO. The dribble off a PC, interrupted by young Ube, and now Choco taking off the sidewall, gets a pass out to a teammate, shot
Caden.
on target, but young Ube is still there to knock this one away. Lol smiley face puts that one away. Corner ball still inward. A lot of pressure coming out of
Caden?
here from UBCO, and Caden's going to finalize that pressure with a goal.
That first shot from Caden was an absolute laser. He decides to slow it down. Boom with a mistouch. And this one is just perfectly placed. No defender there. Not even 30 seconds in. And 1 goal on the board.
We really need to see more of that coming out. I'm loving the offense already from UBCO. Once again, putting it into the opposing corner. This is nasty to see. Such high tempo, such possession, and such pressure. But now it looks like Sacramento State's going to try and get their own pressure out here as they dig it into the corner of UBCO.
Now an opportunity rising. Caden on his car here. A dunk coming through. And boom, the last man back trying to win this one. That Octane still pressing it. PC is there. And it's another quick goal. This time Caden setting it up.
The connections from this team are absolutely flawless. We talk about, missed connections, the articles in the newspaper that you see sometimes, but no, these guys never miss a date. They are all over this.
They don't miss staged, and right now they're putting the pressure on. Everybody has something of notice here, and PC trying to get another one here, but young Ube able to get that save. Boom, making answer his own. He's got it on the Octane. Caden denies it, but boom, won it, but can't find the shot. Young Ube still in the corner here. They're trying to find something here. Sacramento State wants to find some more. A ball bouncing off the backboard there, but there is no pressure. Lol smiley face a little bit too far out.
Boom's ready to take this one through the midfield, though. The pressure's not over yet, and Boom is in position, able to 50-50 this one, but not get anything out of it. And now Sacramento State on their back foot, back in their own territory, get off the backboard as well. But it does look like they're going to get the opportunity of playing here. Boom gets beat by Caden, and now Caden with the infield pass from the corner, finds the man, finds the connection, and Choco puts it away.
Everybody eats stage. Caden getting his second assist, and Choco getting a goal of their own, and now it's a 3-0 lead for UBCO.
I gotta say, these goals are looking pretty sweet here for UBCO, especially because you get a little bit of chocolate off of that last one. Now, Sacramento State still need to get on the board. They're playing fast, they're playing solid, but they're just not able to find any room against the suffocating offense from UBCO. Once again, downfield, Caden the playmaker, looking for the center ball's not going to be there, though. Broken up by Sacramento State, and they're looking for any opportunity they have, but it has to be a scramble on the defensive line as the shots don't stop coming from UBCO.
I'll be real right now, Young Ube kind of the lone man, a third save for him, and it has been, if they get Ube out of net, then shots come on, and there it is, he's out of net, Caden puts it there, but Choco unable to get this answer. PC trying to win it, but Smiley Face ends up handing it off. Boom, has to make a last-ditch save to dig that one out. Still 3-0, but the pressure still on, and now a shot coming through, but Boom, able to deny it once again.
I'm really impressed by the way that this offense is working out, but I'm just loving the reaction times and the adaptability that we're seeing from Sacramento State. It's just not enough yet because the pressure is always on them. They can't react if they're out of position, if they're being drawn away by this terrifying offense.
That was a beautiful ground ball, and Caden in the perfect position, just burying that one, and it is 4-0. UBCO threatening to run away with this one early as Choco able to get the touch there. Young Ube in his own corner, getting a long arcing clear to stall that offense.
You know, we saw Brazil in the last series. I wonder if we might get one here as well. It is looking like this offensive powerhouse from UBCO definitely has the potential to put that much on the board, but who knows if they're going to actually take that here as Choco gets another infield pass, but broken up by Sacramento State. Now looking for some kind of comeuppance off the sidewall in towards center, but Choco is there, picks it up. Caden's already in position, not able to come away with it. Boom trying to counter on this one, in towards net, but everybody is there. UBCO is on the field, omnipotent, omnipresent, absolutely nuts this game.
They are all-knowing. They are everywhere. You're exactly right. Right now, Young Ube trying to create something here. Goes in the corner, but he can't find that read. There's no pressure rising out as the little Smiley Face can't find the touch. He's got the touch on Choco, so maybe a touch here. Only 12 boosts in the tank of that Fennec, but it's enough. Caden, you gotta be kidding me. Coming in with his hair on fire, diving to keep that goose egg on the scoreboard.
Young Ube tries to set this one up again, but once again cleared out to the side. The backboard control is relentless. Boom has to scramble to get it out of the net, and that's still on target. Young Ube scrambles for the save. Choco's still there to pick it up, but going to have a clumsy turnaround here. He gets it all the way back into the side of UBCO. Is there any recompense? Is there a feel-good goal available? It doesn't look that way, as once again, UBCO running it downfield. Choco sets it up, broken up on the backboard by Boom. PC is there now. Young Ube fields it, sends it downfield, but Caden there to pick it up. Young Ube in position, broken up by PC, and finally a clear here from Sacramento State.
Well, the ball's still putting the pressure on. Caden has been hot all game, and right now, once they're in control, they just look to extend it. Caden has it on that Octane, but Young Ube climbing the ladder in front of his own net. That is a huge defensive stand, and if they can find more of those before it's 3 to 4 goals down, that could be what they want to build on. Lowell Smiley Face has the 50, but Choco has it on top of that Octane. It's going to bounce one more time, trying to put the pass on PC, but it's denied by Young Ube again.
What an incredible statement by UBCO. This team is playing so fast, so relentless. I'm getting dizzy just looking at it. I can't imagine the way it feels for Young Ube having to save 4 of those blistering shots.
And the 3 of them came almost immediately, and Young Ube doing exactly what he could, just trying to be a brick wall. But Staged, you and I both know that car is only so big, and the goal is so much bigger. And when the boost runs out, the goals will start coming.
I'm starting to wish we had one of the Sunless Con Wienermobiles or something like that to sit in front of the net. Because at that point, I mean, this goal is looking like Swiss cheese with just the shot selection that UBCO can bring out. I really think that Sacramento State, they're being saved by their reflexes. They're being saved by their mechanics right now. And you need to find some opportunity to really start using that, because everything they're doing is so clutch. Everything they're doing is such on the goal line, but they never get the opportunity to really send it downfield and put a shot away on it.
Well, it's just they put all the pressure on, and they make that team make so many saves. When you get hemmed in, Sacramento State, you have to find that long clear. And the big thing that you need to do, Staged, is not get the first touch to clear, but find a pass to a clear. That's what a lot of teams don't realize, is when you don't work with your teammates to get cleared, you get hemmed in on your own side.
We're not seeing that at all on UBCO. Their aggression, their offense, their second touch plays, and their control, even on that pass right there, it's solid. But This could be an opportunity for Lol Smiley Face, broken up by PC instead. PC chasing it downfield, 1-on-2 situation. Young Ube gets the solid pinch out. It's up to Choco, though. Choco has the shot opportunity, but broken up by Lol Smiley Face.
Smiley Face climbs.
Once more, Caden hungry for a play, but not able to get fed yet. Nobody eating in this game so far.
But now the shot coming on. You said it. Lil Smiley Face has the big save. Choco puts it there. He's still in this corner. Crack shot coming on, but no pay dirt will be found. 40 seconds have ticked off. Boom denied once again. I apologize for stepping on your toes earlier because both of these teams have sat up. We are on that original kickoff pace once again, blistering, as you said, back and forth.
This is absolutely ridiculous. The mechanics out of both these teams, they're
Demo.
so fast. They recover off the corners. Demo from Lol Smiley Face. Caden out of the play for a moment. Lol Smiley Face has to race back around, though. No opportunity to get a real offensive play. And that's another set here from UBCO. PC holding it in position. Soft touch off the undercarriage. Boom, looking to chase this one down. And now this is a big turnabout power play here for the side of Sacramento State, but not able to capitalize. Caden too strong in the net, and now PC looking for a little bit of fancy play. Dunks over top, not getting it into the net, but able to beat the defender solidly there. And this is UBCO's game to lose, but it's not able to turn into any scoring opportunity. Both teams doing such a great job of digging it into the sides, into the corners, cutting off those passing lanes.
Just as we crest this 2-minute played mark, PC now given so much reverence, diving to make the save. He can't get there. Caden with a long, arcing dagger to set themselves up with a 1-goal lead.
Once again, UBCO, that's an uncharacteristic goal for them. They're usually taking shots from a little bit closer up, usually taking a bit more booming shots. But that just shows there's a lot of shot selection, a lot of variety they can bring, and that nowhere on the field is safe. So you've really got to start bringing out the same kind of shots here from Sacramento State. They might get the opportunity here on the sidewall. Lol Smiley Face to Boom, but Boom getting the fake out there. Tipped over top, that's right in center, but no one there to shoot. And Boom's getting beat to this ball, but he manages to get the challenge off the sidewall. Pretty awkward situation here for UBCO. Will they be able to capitalize, or will this be a goal opportunity for Sacramento State? It looks like a clear for UBCO instead. Once again, just exhibiting their fast plays and their strong clears.
Withers finding any space stage and immediately capitalize on that. Boom, pinching it off the wall, but guess who's there? Another gold card. Now Caden in Vermont, trying to find a double touch. He's got it, but it's just a hair off. The angle a little bit too sharp, but Choco playing the janitor role to perfection gets a goal.
You know, that's kind of characteristic of this team. It doesn't make a difference if your first shot's a little bit off target, if it turns into a pass. They're just a continuous barrage of shots out of UBCO, and eventually something's got to give. Eventually something goes in. I want to see Sacramento State start doing the same thing. Just pummel the net. Machine gun shots all over the place. Just try and find an opening.
Well, it's just trying to find whatever they can, and Lol Smiley Face and company that had a couple opportunities, but they are being kept in their own half and kind of being held at arm's length, not allowed to do much. Now Young Ube creating that touch. Boom, climbs the ladder, but he's not quick enough to it. Such a hard ball, and if you can catch up to that one, that's a heck of a touch. But now Choco in transition. Boom, credited with the save, but they are not out of danger yet.
Caden taking this off the sidewall, has a lot of control of this one. The 3 in net, finally able to get that one downfield, but there's no one to pick it up here for Sacramento State, and Choco has all the space in the world to beat 2 defenders, sends it infield off the back wall. But a solid touch from Young Ube is going to get that downfield, and now one more opportunity for Sacramento State. Taking off the back wall with Boom, but challenged early, sent downfield, and now Sacramento State scrambling to find anything. An awkward save from Choco. That's a really solid opportunity, still trying to pummel that net. Caden just bursting on through. The power play, a breakaway off the pass from Choco.
Boom, you saw him was just a little bit too far up the field at midway point and then gets beaten. Young Ube, the last defender now, has to just kind of send it to try and get that save and can't reach it. Caden getting the extender once again, and it's a 3-0 lead for UBCO.
It's looking really, really desperate here for Sacramento State. Young Ube getting a monster of a shot, but saved at the crossbar. PC now looking for the full boost and the send downfield. Able to contest this the whole way, sends it across the net, but not on target. And now, once again, there's too many angles to defend, and Choco's gonna finally find the upper 90.
Well, a big-time touch, and there he is again, the man of the match so far. Caden sending it up again. He's had the shots, he's had the touches saved, and now he gets the assist as well.
I don't know what you're supposed to do about a player that is just this breakout, Foof. I don't know what you're supposed to do when somebody is this dominant, this fast over the field. Even when you get these opportunities on Sacramento State, they're just not able to find anywhere that's open in the defense. And there's 4 saves out here from UBCO to complement their 4 goals.
Well, but now the ball sitting here sees us trying to make something going, but Choco denying it once again. Now him and Caden, a 2-on-1. Caden pressuring Young Ube, but somehow Young Ube just kind of got through all of that traffic and finds the ball to get the clear. But once again, a familiar setting here stage. Young Ube getting a huge save. And at any other point in the game, you're like, that's really good. But being down so many goals, you want to get one early so that way you're not buried.
Honestly, this is just about morale at this point. Everything that you're running into here for Sacramento State, every touch that you get, every beat that you get, it's more data. But you're in a best-of-5 series and you're down 2 games. You have to finish that download and find something that you can do to break away. And right now, it's looking like a 56K modem.
Well, I mean, really, it's just working with what you got. You asked, what do you do against a player who's just so hot? Stage, just a simple answer. Your best. That's all you can do. You just got to put your best foot forward and try and slow him down, because the guy's dangerous with the ball, the guy's dangerous without the ball, and his teammates are doing such a good job of playing him around him. And then you look across the pit, Sacramento State, they're trying to put the pressure on. They're finding some good shots. They just have not capitalized on them. So you want to see, I hate to go back to what I said between game 1 and game 2, find that pass to clear. That was starting to become a bread and butter. Now let's score off of it. Build on top of those blocks. It's week 1. Start well.
Take the fundamentals, take all of the basics, and keep building on them. It's like in every single sport, you know? You take all your fundamentals, you keep drilling them and drilling them and drilling them until you can't do it any more perfect. So in this case, Sacramento State going to take the ball off the kickoff, putting it into UBCO's territory. This could be a new team that we're seeing here. And as I say that, Caden sends it down towards midfield, and Choco is there to pick it up. Shot over top. That's still stretching the zone. They're going to have Caden ready to pick this one up out of their own corner.
Boom, putting the pressure on. Young Ube was so ready for that touch, but he could not find out. Boom, throwing it out midfield. Has the flip reset, trying to stay on. He's got to pass one. Lol, smiley face, though. Beat by Choco. That's something we haven't seen.
PC!
He's got the flick! It's too high, but Caden's there!
What an example of team play. That's the control and pass that you wanted to see, and that is the bread and butter of UBCO. PC to Caden, opening the floodgates once more.
I mean, you call our attention to it. The ball's resting on that octane. Usually you're like, okay, dominance the flick card, but that was so much room, so much space. And you see it in chat, the flickster out in force, and now it's a big-time opportunity. PC and company trying to extend this lead. They already have one stage. They want to find more. Oh, what a dunk from Boom! It is a tie ball game!
That's what we need to see. You take anything you can get. We take those shots. Boom getting the pinch. Those are unreliable, but it doesn't matter. You take any goal you can get to get yourself back in this ballgame.
Only a single minute has ticked off, and a single goal for each team stage. We have reset. This is exactly what Sacramento State really has needed. They gave up a goal, but then had an answer. You want to find more. Lol smiley face gets a save there. PC cut off by Caden. Too overzealous, and ends up clearing his own teammate. Boom wants to take advantage here, but Choco stands tall to midfield to deny that one.
Lol smiley face out of the corner, at least able to tip that across the net. Not going to go in just yet, but Caden with the shot from the corner. A brutal angle and a savage goal.
I mean, somehow this guy continues to find more and more just nutty touches. I mean, that was what, like an 87-degree shot? It was basically a straight line beautifully acute, and I gotta tell you, Stage, Caden continues to impress.
Caden is absolutely going to be a terror going forward. You have to watch the film. You have to work your mechanics. You have to drill this up because that's an uncharacteristic miss from Caden, but Choco there to pick that one up. Drilled right into the top corner.
But you said it, the uncharacteristic miss from Caden, he was the decoy, Stage. The whole defense, oh, there goes Caden again. Their eyes are up. They don't see Choco coming in for the clutch. They use him as a shooter. They use him as assist guy, and now he's the decoy, Stage. What can't he do?
I don't know. I think he can cook me dinner.
Maybe we'll have to check after the game. But Young Ube and company want to find one. It's a 3-on-1 fast break. Young Ube, that's another one. 2 goals. They're only down 1.
This really does look like that pinch was all they needed to start coming back into the game. The counterattack from Young Ube, getting the control, holding on to that dribble the entire way down. That's just really smart heads-up play to be able to find that open space.
Well, now Boom and company want to find one. Boom, waiting for it here. Caden able to get that one underneath and stays on top of it. Now he's got it in the corner, passing down to PC. The dunk coming from none other than Young Ube. Him and Boom collide there. Nothing friendly about that fire. And now they do it again. You know what? One time's not enough. Let's do it twice.
One time and I liked it, so I did it. 2 times got addicted, had to do it. This is Sacramento State trying to get this out of their own backfield, and they're looking for that 3rd goal. Boom trying to wrap around on this very slow challenge, but that was such a slow play from Choco, all the way back into UBCO's territory, but Caden following this off the sidewall. He's got so much speed on it, but able to get saved by Young Ube. PC demoed off the sidewall. Boom had so much room until suddenly Choco comes pounding in there, and that's Caden with the finisher.
Another goal for UBCO and another goal for Caden. I mean, it's just Caden's show at this point. I mean, the guy is putting on a clinic, Stage. And I'll be honest, they're trying to do what they can. They're just rotating all around. They're trying to make the touches. They're trying to make these reads, but it is just punch, counter punch, and then strike coming out from these teams.
Every time you think you've got a beat on where the ball is, somebody like PC comes out of nowhere, beats your read, and pummels it away just like that.
I mean, okay, PC, that is disgusting. Boom, there's literally like, what, 2 inches there between the car and the ball and no room for the ball at the ceiling? I mean, that is perfect as perfectly placed. Young Ube and company have come and answered the call, but unfortunately, them answering the bell has just made UBCO smell more blood in the water.
Boom getting a little bump there, trying to get a little physical on these plays. Down to 2 minutes left, 3 goals to score. Maybe this is the answer. Turn it into a little bit more Boom play from Boom and company. But they still need to find them before they can do that, and UBCO is playing fast. Caden, a line drive towards net, but not quite on target. It'll be cleared away this time. Young Ube chasing it down, kills Caden. Is that enough? Boom gets out past Choco, looking for the dribble, taking it slow. Caden in position, flicks around, but Caden's there, doesn't break the ankles, and PC clears it away.
I mean, somehow.
It's across.
Oh, Staged, how did they save that?
Patience, reads, and a fundamental understanding of exactly what's going to happen 5 seconds in advance.
It's just insanity, but Choco and company just continue to play perfect offense, and when they get hemmed in, they have each other set up, and now the shot's coming through. Caden denying it on his end this time, and it is just more and more of the same.
Absolute terrifying defense. There is no holes. There's no openings for the net. Caden take that out of the backfield. Might have even gotten the flip reset, but can't do nothing with it. PC up for this one off the backboard, and Caden's going to be there off the second touch. Just waiting for it, taking it nice and slow as third man back. Caden looking for the double tap. Don't do it like this. Choco misses the shot, opening the door for Sacramento State, and that is one step closer.
I like the selflessness here coming from young Ube, realizing he's not the shooter. I have to get PC off, and PC's forced to jump early, gets the touch there, but kind of, screwed if you do, screwed if you don't, trying to get that save, ends up putting in his own net. It's 3-5. We've seen crazier things happen. Now it's a quick shot off that fake kickoff. Young Ube beat there, and PC and company take a little bit of deep breath.
We need an absolute barn burner here for Sacramento State to be able to bring this back to overtime. Down to the last 10 seconds, 2 goals to score. It's not out of the question, but it is dangerous, and Smiley Face doesn't have the lineup. That's going to be the game as UBCO take the sweep.
Another run through, and they just put it on themselves. You love to see it when a team is feeling so confident. That is 5 assists, Stage. 5. All 5 of the goals were assisted.
Every single goal is assisted. That is consummate teamwork.
Just perfect. It is legitimately making sure that you stay involved, and that is so hard to do sometimes in the game of Rocket League.
I have a huge appreciation for it, too, because, I talked a while ago, I think it was the last series, about the solo queue mentality. This is the exact opposite of it. This is using your comms, this is using your chemistry, and turning it into an absolute treat to observe.
It was beautiful, man. Well, we have it in the books, Stage. That is week 1 of the NECC. A couple more sweeps on stream than we honestly like, but a lot of fun shows and a ton of big plays and a lot of talent put on display for ours and your viewing pleasure, folks. So, this is myself, Foof. This is Stage. We'll be signing off, and we'll be back next week with some more NECC action.